Chapter 259. The mountain was nameless, but because of the Marquis of Lynchon, it was given the honor of being on the mountaineering roll. The mountain was 990 meters high and had been remodeled. Every 10 meters was divided into a floor, and every floor had a cave residence. They were of different shapes and positions. The 89th place was 100 meters away from the mountaineering roll. This was a courtyard made of bluish-gray stone. It was squarish and simple, but it gave off a majestic feeling. Not long ago, he defeated Ma Jiangyu and took his place on the mountaineering roll. He also took his place on the mountaineering roll. Here, not only was the environment elegant, but the entire floor belonged to him. There were also servants who took care of his daily life. He ate 3 meals a day with good rice, demon meat, and precious medicine. He didn't have to spend any money. Moreover, Chunzong won the bet with Ma Jiangyu. After deducting 10% of the payment, Chunzong got back 150 spirit shells. After deducting the capital, he earned 135 spirit shells for free. He became rich all of a sudden. The scorching sun hung in the sky, and the golden light was like a sword. Chunzong stood on the stone roof, facing the blazing sun like a big fireball, and slowly drew his sword. The sword light reflected the sunlight, flashing and jumping in the air like lightning. There was an unpredictable power between the changes. Practicing the sword was the process of going from unfamiliar to proficient, and then to mastery. It was the process of eliminating the impurities and preserving the essence. Practicing the sword was practicing the feeling of the sword. With the sword in hand, it was like an extension of the arm. To go further, it was like an extension of the body, as if it was connected to one's blood vessels. Chunzong was improving every moment. Although it was very small, after a long time, the improvement was considerable. Chunzong liked this feeling very much. It was wonderful to accumulate bit by bit and finally break through when the conditions were right. After practicing the sword for an hour, Chunzong put the sword back into the scabbard. Facing the rising sun, he exhaled a breath of white air and shot out like an arrow. I feel like I'm about to reach a new level in swordsmanship, Chunzong said to himself. This feeling was mysterious and indescribable. It was just a feeling. Chunzong didn't even know when he would reach a new level. As for what the new level was, he had no idea. Ma Jiangyu's strength is at the 2-star level. If a star level is divided into the early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak stage, and extreme stage, Ma Jiangyu's strength should be at the middle stage of the 2-star level. There were 99 people on a mountaineer roll, and the weakest of them was an early 2-star, while the strongest was an early 4-star. Usually, there wouldn't be much of a difference in strength between those who were ranked close to each other. Thus, it wasn't easy to determine the victor. Based on the result of my battle with Ma Jiangyu, my combat power should be at the peak of 2-star. A normal 9th refinement stage cultivator would have the combat power of a 1st-star warrior. Based on this, Huiji from the Eastern Continent's Overlord Martial League should have the combat power of a 1st-star warrior. The Dragon, Tiger, and Eagle generals, who were said to be invincible in the Force refinement realm, might have the battle prowess of a 2-star martial artist. Of course, whether they were or not, Zhang Xian had never fought with them before, so he was unable to make a definite judgment. It said that star-level combat power is divided into 9 levels. I wonder if anyone can reach the 9-star level. Chunzong couldn't help but show a hint of yearning. 9-star combat strength. What kind of strength is needed to achieve that? And can a 9-star combat strength fight against a true martial realm warrior? My cultivation is at the early stage of the 8th refinement stage. The purity of my inner strength is comparable to that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator because of the leakless body. It might even be better than that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator. The 5th level of the chaotic heaven energy shattering force is even purer than that of a normal 9th refinement stage cultivator. Exquisite sword technique. Chaotic heaven energy shattering force. Perfect fusion of essence, chi, and spirit. All of this has allowed my strength to reach the peak of the 2-star level. If I use the power of the Dragon Power Bracelet, I should be able to reach the early 3-star level. If I can increase my cultivation to the peak of the 9th refinement stage, it won't be a problem for me to reach the 4-star level. If I can cultivate the chaotic heaven energy shattering force to the 6th level, sitting down cross-legged, Chunzong started to cultivate the chaotic heaven energy shattering force. The vigorous, overbearing, and sharp pure inner strength rushed through his bones and muscles like a tide. The primitive inner strength spread out from his body and was refined and absorbed, growing bit by bit. Then, the inner strength paused for a moment and let out a tsunami-like sound, becoming stronger and stronger. Middle stage of the 8th refinement stage. The strong, chaotic heaven energy shattering force required a better cultivation method to fully stimulate its potential. It was difficult to achieve with a top-grade Earth-level cultivation method, but a peerless Earth-level cultivation method could. Since leaving the cave residence of Marshal King Huntian, Chunzong had been cultivating intermittently and gradually improved until today, when he finally made a small breakthrough. Although this small breakthrough made Chunzong have a feeling that his star-level combat strength might have reached the early 3-star level from the peak of the 2-star level. It's a pity that my physical strength is still at 10,000 pounds. It seems to have reached a small bottleneck. Chunzong thought to himself while feeling happy. The chaotic heaven energy shattering force that broke the limits of the human body continued to strengthen in all aspects. However, it was more difficult to improve in the later stages, especially after reaching 10,000 pounds of physical strength. After cultivating the chaotic heaven energy shattering force, the body forging technique could no longer be used for cultivation. There was no suitable body forging elixir, and so on. These were all limitations. Chunzong knew that if he wanted to continue to strengthen the chaotic heaven energy shattering force, there were 2 ways. First, to obtain a suitable body forging technique. Second, to obtain an amazing body forging elixir. There was also a 3rd way, which was to obtain both. Otherwise, Chunzong estimated that it would not be so easy to break through this small bottleneck. It would take a lot of time. If he broke through, it was estimated that he would usher in another period of growth. Maybe I can go to the Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion to see if there is a suitable body forging technique. Muttering to himself, Chunzong jumped from the roof and floated to the ground. The Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion was the place in the Lin Mountain courtyard where many cultivation techniques, martial arts secret techniques, and various ancient books were stored. Ordinary disciples who entered the Lin Mountain Martial Arts Pavilion to choose martial arts had to pay spirit shells to copy them. However, those who were on the mountaineering list could borrow them for free. As for the secret techniques, they were even more precious. However, those who were on the mountaineering list could choose one for free. Ma Jingyu also had a secret cultivation technique. Unfortunately, the battle with Chunzong was too fast, and he was defeated before he could use it. Along a winding mountain road, Chunzong's figure was like the wind. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. In front of him, there were 2 people, a man and a woman, who looked to be in their early 20s, walking towards him. Seeing Chunzong, the woman in a red martial arts robe raised her cold eyebrows. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. Her right hand touched her waist and flung out. The red color was like light and lightning flashing in the air. It was like a red venomous snake that had locked onto its prey and attacked. It was extremely fast. As soon as the sharp sound of wind breaking rang out, Chunzong's scalp went numb. He caught a glimpse of a scarlet aurora from the corner of his eye. It was almost faster than his reaction speed. His scalp went numb. Naturally, he performed the shocking dust steps and retreated instantly. Chunzong could smell a trace of fragrance brushing past the tip of his nose, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. The tip of his nose burned as if it had been cut by a blade. As he retreated, the red color in front of him suddenly shook. In an instant, it became as straight as a sword and stabbed fiercely. It was like an arrow leaving the bow, like an aurora. Chunzong's pupils shrank to the size of needles, and he retreated again. He performed the shocking dust steps continuously and retreated continuously. However, the scarlet shadow, followed him closely like a maggot in a tarsal bone. It was difficult to dodge. He drew his sword. The sword radiance was like a red lightning bolt. It cut through the air, but it didn't hit the Scarlet Shadow. The Scarlet Shadow was extremely agile. It bypassed the sword radiance and stabbed toward Chunzong's face again. The tip of the sword radiance trembled and swung toward his cheek. Unexpectedly, Chunzong's wrist shook. The Red Thunder Sword changed many times in an instant and split the Scarlet Shadow apart. However, the Scarlet Shadow was flexible. The tip of the sword passed over the body of the sword and swung toward Chunzong's face again. He retreated and dodged. He closed in on his opponent with the shocking dust steps and attacked with his sword. It was like a lightning bolt that tore through the sky. "How dare you!" A loud shout was heard. The blade radiance was like snow that could split the sky and was mighty like an avalanche. The Scarlet Shadow turned behind and swung toward Chunzong's back. A pincer attack from the front and back. Whether it was the Scarlet Shadow or the blade radiance, both brought a strong threat to Chunzong. It was obvious that they were much stronger than Ma Jiangyu. This man and woman were both stronger than Ma Jiangyu. In this crisis, Chunzong had no choice but to use all of his strength to collide with the snow-white blade radiance that was slashing toward him. The blade and the sword clashed. The terrifying vibration made Chunzong feel like his body was about to be shattered. With the help of the impact of the collision, Chunzong performed the shocking dust steps. He crossed a distance of 10 meters in one step and reached 20 meters. He instantly pulled away from the two people and quickly retreated, widening the distance between them. "You can actually resist my blade." The young man with the snow-white long blade looked at Chunzong seriously with his eyes as cold as the blade. "Who are you?" Chunzong's tone was cold. No one would be happy to be attacked for no reason. Moreover, Chunzong could feel that these two people didn't have any killing intent, especially the woman who attacked first. She just wanted to teach him a lesson. "This is the only daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Why aren't you saluting?" The man with the snow-white long blade said coldly. "Marquis." Chunzong was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he quickly calmed down. When Lin Ji told him that the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan had a good relationship with Zhao Yifu, Chunzong had already prepared himself for trouble. She was wearing a red martial arts robe. Her features were clear, and she had the demeanor of a man. She gave people a feeling that she was not inferior to men. She was glaring at Chunzong. "Stay where you are and let me whip you." Marquis Guan Yunxi's voice was cold, as if she was giving an order. "You could try." Chunzong's voice was also cold. Marquis Guan Yunxi was also on the mountaineering list. She was ranked higher than Ma Jiangyu, which meant that she was ranked higher than Chunzong. She was ranked as high as 28th. Her combat strength had completely reached the 3-star level. As for the man with the snow-white long blade, he should be Wang Xiaolong, who was ranked 25th. Although Wang Xiaolong's strength might be above his, Chunzong couldn't just stand there and let her whip him. If she wanted to beat him, he could, but she had to use her strength to determine who was better. Hearing Chunzong's words, Marquis Guan Yunxi's eyebrows twitched. Her eyes became colder and colder, and a powerful aura spread out. Her red martial arts robe fluttered even though there was no wind. The red long whip in her hand seemed to come alive. It swung gently, leaving a zigzag track in the air. "I advise you to be obedient. Don't ask for trouble." Wang Xiaolong looked at Chunzong with disdain and a trace of arrogance. It sounded like advice, but it was actually full of threats. He even shook the blade in his hand, making a melodious and ear-piercing sound. Chapter 260. Swords were drawn, the wind stopped, and even the clouds seemed to stop. The air seemed to have frozen. Chunzong's eyes were sharp. They landed mainly on the candidate, Guan Yunxi. He also locked onto Wang Xiaolong from the corner of his eyes to prevent him from suddenly attacking. Those who were in the top 30 of the mountaineering list were definitely not as simple as beginner 3-star. They were probably more than intermediate 3-star. Any one of them could be considered a strong opponent. Maybe this time, he would have to use the power of the dragon elephant bracelet. Guan Yunxi's eyes were getting colder and colder. She was so cold that she could freeze everything. Her red martial robe fluttered as if it was hit by a strong wind. The red whip in her hand was like a snake slithering in the air. Kid, you're only in the middle of the 8th transformation of the Chi refining realm, but you have a fighting strength close to 3-star. This means that you're very talented. But talent is talent, and strength is strength. You'd better lower your head. Otherwise, you'll suffer if you anger Junior Sister Wan. Wang Xiaolong spoke again. This time, his tone was better than before. He seemed to have realized Qinzong's amazing potential and was unwilling to be enemies with Qinzong. But he cared more about Guan Yunxi's feelings. That was why he advised her. Qinzong did not answer. He held the red thunder sword in front of him, and his eyes became sharper. He would fight at all costs. What are you doing? The gentle voice was slightly stern. It was familiar. Qinzong saw Instructor Lu's figure from the corner of his eye. He was striding toward them. The aura of the genuine martial realm caused the tense atmosphere to dissipate into nothingness. Yunxi, I know you have a good relationship with Ms. Zhao and want to stand up for her. But you have to know that it was Ms. Zhao who broke the rules that day. And the rules were set by your father, the Marquis of Linshan. Instructor Lu glanced at them and knew what was going on. He said, besides, Qinzong's potential is extraordinary. When the Marquis of Linshan returns, he will most likely summon him personally. This seemed unexpected, but it was also within reason. Guan Yunxi was the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Perhaps Instructor Lu could kill her with one finger. But because of his status, he did not dare to put on the airs of an instructor. He could only persuade her half softly and half harshly. Guan Yunxi didn't know if she listened to Instructor Lu's words or if she knew that she couldn't teach Qinzong a lesson because Instructor Lu was here. She shook her right hand and wrapped the red whip around her waist. He shot a final glance at Qinzong, his eyes filled with warning. It was as if he was telling Qinzong not to go to the Marquis of Linshan under any circumstances. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Goodbye, Instructor. Wang Xiaolong bowed to Instructor Lu and left with Guan Yunxi. Thank you, teacher. Qinzong walked over and saluted. If Instructor Lu hadn't appeared in time, it wouldn't have been so easy. You have to be careful. Maybe next time, Guan Yunxi will find trouble with you again, and so will others. Instructor Lu smiled and said, if you can fight back, fight back. If you can't, sometimes you have to take a step back. Qinzong nodded. All right, you can also go to the martial arts pavilion to choose a cultivation method and martial arts. You can also choose a secret technique that can make you stronger, Instructor Lu said. Thank you, Instructor. I'm going to the martial arts pavilion, Qinzong said. Go ahead. Choose a secret technique, well. Instructor Lu nodded, but he didn't give Qinzong any advice. After all, he wasn't familiar with Qinzong enough. He didn't know whether his advice was good or bad. If he was wrong, he would be responsible. After saying that, Instructor Lu walked up to the mountaineering roll. Qinzong retracted his gaze and walked toward the martial arts pavilion. The martial arts pavilion was as majestic as a mountain. It stood on the ground, giving Qinzong the feeling that it was indestructible. An old man was taking a nap. He was the manager of the martial arts pavilion, an expert in the real martial arts realm. When Qinzong arrived, the old man opened his eyes. Deep in his turbid eyes, there was a glimmer of light. Qinzong took out a token. On the front was 89, and on the back was the outline of mountain. This was the mountaineering roll token. 89 represented 89th place. New disciple on the mountaineering roll. What's your name? The old man asked. Qinzong. You can choose any cultivation method or martial arts technique. You can also choose a secret technique on the top floor, the old man said. Then he warned, remember, you can only choose one secret technique with the key. After you choose, you can't choose a second one. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yes. Qinzong nodded. He took the black key and officially walked into the martial arts pavilion. At first glance, there were books everywhere. They were unguarded and could be read at will. Qinzong's sharp eyes quickly scanned the books. Soon, he found a few books that interested him. He wrote down the names and then walked to the second floor. The second floor recorded all kinds of cultivation methods. There were human level and earth level, but there was no heaven level. With the origin breaking force, these cultivation methods were not attractive to Chunzong, but it didn't stop him from understanding. There are 37 complete superior human-level cultivation methods, 58 incomplete superior human-level cultivation methods, 23 complete superior earth-level cultivation methods, and 36 incomplete superior earth-level cultivation methods. Chunzong was surprised. In the Eastern Land, there is only one complete superior earth-level cultivation method in the 4 great academies. Even in the real martial arts alliance, there were only 2 or 3 complete superior earth-level cultivation methods. The gap was too big. However, there was no superior level cultivation method here. On the 3rd floor, there were only human-level and earth-level martial arts techniques. There are 63 complete superior human-level martial arts techniques, 89 incomplete superior human-level martial arts techniques, 59 complete superior earth-level martial arts techniques, and 73 incomplete superior earth-level martial arts techniques. The level of martial arts in the Eastern Land could not be compared with here. Chunzong felt that this was the real world of martial arts. The key was the sword techniques. Great Flying Dragon Sword, Sword Technique of Cloud and Mist, Sword Technique of Light. Chunzong picked up one superior earth-level sword technique after another and read it slowly. Here, there was no time limit. He could stay as long as he wanted. This was the privilege of being a disciple of the Mountaineer list. Soon, Chunzong finished reading all the complete superior earth-level sword techniques and memorized them with his powerful memory. There were 9 of them in total. Then he looked at the incomplete superior earth-level sword techniques. There were 15 of them. After resting for a while to organize the information, Chunzong picked up a superior earth-level sword technique and read it. His eidetic memory allowed Chunzong to memorize more sword techniques. Chunzong might not use most of the sword techniques in battle, nor would he spend time to practice them. However, he could broaden his horizons and increase his accumulation of sword techniques. The accumulation of quantity would eventually lead to a qualitative change. After memorizing dozens of superior earth-level sword techniques, Chunzong felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if too much information had been stuffed into his head. That's it for now. I'll come back later, Chunzong said to himself and went to the 4th floor. What was recorded on this level was neither cultivation methods nor martial arts, but secret techniques. At a glance, there were a total of 7 secret techniques on the 4th floor. Every secret technique was in the shape of a book and was sealed in a lattice. The surface of the lattice was covered with a layer of light. Chunzong stretched out his hand and touched it gently. The light screen was incomparably tough, preventing him from touching the secret techniques in the lattice. However, through the light screen, he could see the names and introductions of the secret techniques. Burning Blood Combat Technique. Burn one's chi and blood in exchange for a short period of increase in inner strength, increasing combat strength. Those without strong chi and blood cannot cultivate this. Burning one's chi and blood to increase combat strength is many times more powerful than the Burning Blood Technique and Boiling Blood Technique in the chi and blood realm. Chunzong said to himself, I have pure yang chi and blood. If I use the Burning Blood Combat Technique, how much combat strength will increase? Chunzong guessed. However, he did not cultivate it, so he was not sure. Body of Tiger Strength. Using extreme training methods and pills to strengthen one's body and increase the upper limit of one's physical strength. Those without great willpower cannot cultivate this. Increase the upper limit of one's physical strength. Chunzong was slightly stunned. This seemed to be easy to understand. A normal person's physical strength limit was 500 kilograms. This body of tiger strength secret technique used suitable pills and extreme training methods to increase one's physical strength limit to 2,000 kilograms, 3,000 kilograms, or even 4,000 kilograms. However, it did not break the human body's limit. I broke the human body's limit and cultivated the mixed yuan body. This body of tiger strength probably has no effect on me. Strength concentration technique. Increase the purity of inner strength and increase the power of inner strength. Those without great willpower cannot cultivate this. There's such a secret technique? Shinzong was slightly surprised. If a martial artist cultivated the technique to its limit and reached the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm, cultivating the strength concentration technique would be one way to increase their strength. However, he did not know how much inner strength the strength concentration technique could purify. Wind riding technique. Be as light as a swallow and ride the wind. Greatly increase movement speed. 3 changes of rotating force. Increase the power of inner strength for a short period of time after use. After use, all inner strength will be exhausted. Mad demon combat technique. Be like a mad demon after use. Your strength will increase greatly and your mind will be affected. You will not be able to distinguish between friend and foe. Shenzong looked at each of the techniques one by one until he reached the last one. Spirit sword. Refine one's mental strength and condense it into a sword. Those without great willpower and strong mental strength cannot cultivate this technique. This secret technique is incomplete. Burning blood combat technique, strength concentration technique, wind riding technique, 3 changes of rotating force, and spirit sword. Among the 7 secret techniques, 5 of them tempted Shinzong, but he could only choose one of them. After eliminating the strength concentration technique and wind riding technique, Shinzong also eliminated the 3 changes of rotating force. Pure yang qi, blood, and mental strength were his strengths. They were stronger, more vigorous, and more tenacious than martial artists of the same level. However, he had to choose between them. Spirit sword is incomplete. Shenzong muttered to himself. Perhaps choosing the burning blood combat technique was the right choice. However, for some reason, Shenzong wanted the spirit sword more. I'll follow my heart. He picked up the secret technique key and placed it on the spirit sword's light screen. The light screen melted. Shenzong reached out and took out the spirit sword's book. He was going to take it back and study it slowly. He went down to the first floor and took out a few books that he had memorized before. He handed them to the old man for registration. Spirit sword. The old man looked at Shenzong in surprise. This secret technique is incomplete and extremely difficult to cultivate. If you're not careful, you might hurt yourself. I can't believe you chose it. Maybe I can master it, Shenzong replied with a smile. The old man shook his head and did not advise him anymore. He just finished registering. Remember, these books must be returned within 3 months. The spirit sword must be returned within a month. Don't teach it to others. The old man's tone was stern. Yes. Shenzong took the books and left the martial arts pavilion after bowing to the old man. Chapter 261. The body of the sword was dark bronze, with an ancient design. It was as wide as a palm and 1 meter long. Including the handle, it was more than 1 meter long and weighed more than 600 pounds. This sword was called the Ancient Watchtower. It was one of the benefits of being a disciple of the mountaineering list to get a free weapon from the weapon pavilion in the mountain-facing yard. Controlling 2 swords was Shenzong's ability, which could make him stronger. After seeing the power of Ma Zhengyu's mountain-measuring ruler and memorizing many sword skills, Shenzong suddenly had an idea. Maybe he didn't need to be limited to one kind of sword. He could use more styles of swords and feel the differences himself, so as to improve his understanding of swords. Some sword skills also needed a corresponding sword to exert their power to the extreme. This kind of sudden idea might work or not, but it wouldn't hurt to try. 89th place on the mountaineering list was a bit low. Shenzong wanted to go higher, but after seeing the strength of Guan Yunxi and Wang Xiaolong, Shenzong knew that his current strength was not enough. He could still improve his cultivation, Earth-level extreme martial arts, a lot of sword skills, and the secret spiritual sword. These all needed time. He needed to hide and cultivate carefully for a while to increase his strength. More than 100 meters above the mountaineering list, Shenzong was practicing his sword skills on an uneven ground covered with gravel. He wasn't holding the red thunder sword, but the ancient watchtower. It was difficult to wield the heavy sword, which weighed more than 600 pounds, without enough strength. But in Shenzong's hands, it was as light as a twig. With a slight shake of his wrist, there was an ear-piercing sound of the sword, with a trace of murky white air. Chain sword skill. This was an earth-level upper-level sword skill, which emphasized weight and strength. It couldn't be better to wield it with a heavy sword. Junior brother Zhang, I can't deal with Chunzong by myself, so I'll leave it to you, Zhao Yifu said to Zhang Zhongling. Her eyes flickered with a sharp light. When she found out that all the people who went to find trouble with Chunzong had been defeated, and that Chunzong had even defeated Ma Zhengyu and successfully entered the mountaineering rankings, besides being shocked, the hatred in her heart was like a torrential flame. Maybe this proved that Chunzong's talent and potential were extraordinary, and that he was a genius. The wisest thing to do was to let it go and not pursue it. But Zhao Yifu couldn't let it go. But she was the teacher of the mountaineering. Zhao. Mountaineering lists. Mountaineering. Zhang Zhongling was at the peak of the 9th cycle of the training realm, but he had a 3-star battle strength and was ranked 52nd on the mountaineering ranking. Most importantly, he was Zhao Qingshan's disciple, so he was naturally closer to Zhao Yifu. Senior sister, Chunzong's talent and potential are extraordinary. He's only at the 8th cycle of Qi refining state, but he already has a 2-star combat strength. If he reaches the 9th cycle of Qi refining state, it's not impossible for his combat strength to increase by 1 star. Zhang Zhongling's eyes flashed. He said, so it's not wise to make an enemy out of someone like Chunzong. Do I have to give up? Zhao Yifu's face was full of unwillingness. She understood the logic. No, how dare he humiliate you, senior sister. I'll teach him an unforgettable lesson. Zhang Zhongling smiled strangely. Senior sister, leave this to me. You don't have to worry about it. Okay, junior brother, then I'll have to trouble you. Zhao Yifu smiled. It was best to vent her anger. After Zhao Yifu left, the coldness on Zhang Zhongling's face became more obvious. Chunzong, you can provoke anyone, but you can't provoke senior sister. So you're dead. Senior brother Bai, I've found out. Not long ago, Mountain Overlook Courtyard had a new disciple. His name is Chunzong. He cultivates the sword. It's said that he's at the 8th cycle of Qi refining state. A young man in green with a long saber on his back respectfully said to a young man in white with a long saber on his back. 8th cycle of Qi refining state. He cultivates the sword. His name is Chunzong. It's most likely him. Bai Jinhong's eyes flashed. Senior brother Bai, let's go to Mountain Overlook Courtyard and capture Chunzong. Another young man with a saber on his back quickly stood up and said, these 3 people were the disciples of Silver Saber Castle. When the 6th Elder and the 7th Elder of Silver Saber Castle returned to Silver Saber Castle, they reported the matter and proposed to cancel the Silver Saber arrest order. Because there were many concerns. Silver Saber Castle had never issued a Silver Saber arrest order to a Qi refining state martial artist. Even Qi refining state martial artists didn't have the qualification. If they issued such an order to kill a Qi refining state martial artist, it would inevitably attract the attention of Proud Sword Villa's Mountain Overlook Courtyard. If they continued to investigate, they might find some clues. At that time, it would be even more difficult to obtain the chaotic origin breaking energy. Moreover, if they issued the Silver Saber arrest order, Chunzong would also know. At that time, he would hide, and it would be even more difficult to find him. With all kinds of disadvantages, they had no choice but to issue a mission within Silver Saber Castle. Mountain Overlook Courtyard had a mountain ascension list. Silver Saber Castle also had a corresponding list called the Violent Saber List. There were 99 people on the list. Bai Jinhong was ranked 97th on the list. His battle strength was at the early 2-star level. As for the other 2 people, they weren't on the list, but their battle strength was at the 1-star level. In addition to them, there were other disciples on the Violent Saber list who left Silver Saber Castle to look for Chunzong. Silver Saber Castle gave a very generous reward. Even the top 10 disciples on the Violent Saber list were very tempted. Bai Jinhong and the other 2 arrived at Mountain Overlook Courtyard and showed their identity as disciples of Silver Saber Castle. They also pointed out that Chunzong had killed many disciples of Silver Saber Castle. They were specially ordered by the elders of Silver Saber Castle to take Chunzong back to Silver Saber Castle for investigation. With a handwritten order from an elder of Silver Saber Castle and a disciple on the Violent Saber list, Bai Jinhong thought that this matter would at most encounter some obstacles, but he didn't expect that reality would give him a fatal blow. 89th on the Mountain Ascension list. Bai Jinhong's face was full of horror. The two young people next to him were almost scared to death. The value of the mountain climbing list was not inferior to that of the Violent Blade list. The 89th rank was much stronger than Bai Jinhong, but what shocked them even more was that Chunzong was ranked 89th on the mountain climbing list in such a short time, and his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 8th turn of the refining power realm. Is he not the person we are looking for? Bai Jinhong was a little absent-minded. This kind of combat power was so high that only the first person on the Violent Saber list could defeat him. Brother Bai, why don't we go back to the castle first and report this matter to the elders and then make a decision? A disciple said. All right. Bai Jinhong recovered his consciousness and nodded. He made a prompt decision to leave. Not long after, a masked man stopped them outside the city. The Chunzong you're looking for, does he use a red sword? The masked man's voice was hoarse. Yes, Bai Jinhong said. He instinctively felt that the masked man was very strong, and he was not his opponent. I'm afraid you still don't know the real strength of Chunzong. The masked man's voice was low and hoarse, with a trace of a strange smile, like a night owl. Chunzong's combat power is at the limit of 2 stars. Without 3 stars, you can't defeat him. Limit of 2 stars. Bai Jinhong was in a trance again. Originally, he thought that Chunzong's ability to challenge people beyond his level was enough to be compared with the first person on the Violent Saber list. Now it seems that the first person on the Violent Saber list can't be compared with Chunzong. Lord Marquis of Linshan is out, and I don't know when he will come back. If he comes back, he will summon Chunzong. At that time, Chunzong will be valued more. Now is the best time to deal with him. The masked man finished, and his figure flashed and quickly left. This man is wearing a mask, deliberately hiding his identity, and said a lot of information. He is most likely from the Linshan courtyard. He should be a disciple of the Linshan courtyard, and he has a grudge against Chunzong. Bai Jinhong secretly thought, it is difficult to catch Chunzong in the Linshan courtyard. The only way is to lure him out. Before that, I must have enough strength. Immediately contact other senior brothers. Bai Jinhong made up his mind. If the 3 of them caught Chunzong and brought him back to the Silver Saber Castle, they would naturally get more rewards. But in the face of the gap in strength, they couldn't do it without the help of others. Between not being able to get the rewards and not being able to distribute the rewards, Bai Jinhong chose the latter. The night was dark and the wind was strong, and it was hard to see the fingers of one's hand. Chunzong sat cross-legged on the stone roof, enjoying the night breeze, and a chill spread all over his body. Chunzong was motionless with his eyes closed. The red thunder sword and the ancient sword were placed on both sides, and his fingers were crossed. He looked like a flower that was about to bloom, and all his thoughts were focused on his eyebrows. This was the secret method he got from the Linshan Martial Arts Pavilion, Spiritual Sword. The spiritual sword was incomplete, and only the first level required great perseverance and strong spiritual will to cultivate. Otherwise, it would damage one's own spiritual will. Whether it was perseverance or strong spiritual will, Chunzong didn't lack them. This was one of the reasons why he chose the secret method of spiritual sword. The first level of cultivation was to refine one's own spiritual will, making it more condensed and pure. Then, it could be combined in a special way and shot out through the eyes to directly attack the target's spiritual will. Today was the 3rd day Chunzong had cultivated the spiritual sword. After the initial difficulties, he was gradually getting started. He could clearly feel the chill between his eyebrows, which was the condensation of spiritual power. Spiritual willpower was essentially spiritual power. The sound of the night breeze blowing gently, and the sound of insects in the distance in the night were all clearly perceived by Chunzong. This was the effect of condensing spiritual power. This kind of sound that seemed to be able to hear everything was very beautiful. He was immersed in it until dawn. Senior Brother Chun, this is a letter for you. A disciple of the Linshan courtyard delivered a letter to Chunzong. After opening the letter and reading it, Chunzong frowned, and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Someone had captured Lin Ji and used him to threaten him. Who is it? How dare they use this method against me? Chunzong thought of many possibilities, but he couldn't be sure. He took the red thunder sword and the ancient sword and walked out of the Linshan courtyard. Chapter 262. To the west of Mountainside City, there was a forest. After passing through the forest, there was a small hill about 100 meters high. The small hill was bare, without any vegetation. Therefore, there were few people there. At this moment, there were 4 people on the nameless hill. They were all around 20 years old, and the oldest was no older than 22. They wore different colored robes and carried long sabers on their backs. They were all disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. Brother Jiang, will Chunzong really come? A disciple asked. I don't know. Brother Jiang, who was wearing a silver robe, smiled. Capturing Lin Ji and using him as a threat to lure Chunzong, here was just a plan. Whether it would work or not depended on whether Chunzong valued Lin Ji enough. If his plan failed, they would have to think of another way. Brother, someone is coming. Soon, the disciple who was in charge of surveillance rushed up the hill and shouted. Is it Chunzong? I don't know. He is carrying 2 swords. The disciple was startled and then said with some annoyance, but he looks very young, about 20 years old. I can't see his cultivation. It might be Chunzong. Everyone immediately stood up and prepared for battle, especially Brother Jiang, who was the leader. His eyes were full of fighting spirit. Chunzong was as light as the wind. He entered the forest and headed towards the small hill. When he raised his head slightly, he could see the 5 figures on the top of the small hill. Without stopping, Chunzong quickly climbed up the hill. Where is Lin Ji? As soon as he climbed up the hill, he glanced around but didn't see Lin Ji. Chunzong couldn't help but ask in a deep voice. Lin Ji was one of his friends here. The other party had captured Lin Ji to lure him. It could be said that Lin Ji was implicated by him. Therefore, Chunzong had to go there. Are you Chunzong, the one who killed several disciples of the Silver Saber Castle? Brother Zhang's name was Jiang Baichen. He didn't answer Chunzong's question. Instead, he questioned Chunzong. His tone was as cold as a knife. Where is Lin Ji? Chunzong asked again, his eyes becoming colder and colder. If Lin Ji was killed, these people would also die. What a terrifying gaze. The disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were shocked. Jiang Baichen was surprised, and his fighting spirit became stronger. A rank 8 martial artist, killing him will taint my blade. Jiang Baichen's tone grew colder and colder. He had his own pride. Capturing Lin Ji was just to lure Chunzong out. Whether he succeeded or not, he wouldn't kill Lin Ji. Chunzong, surrender, and Lin Ji can live. Bai Jinhong pointed his long saber at Chunzong. Apart from Jiang Baichen, the others also drew their swords and pointed them at Chunzong. Their fierce auras locked onto Chunzong. Basically, the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle all cultivated the Silver Saber force. Their aura was sharp and fierce, as if they were one. For long sabers locked onto Chunzong. Chunzong's expression didn't change. His eyes fell on Jiang Baichen's face. With his keen perception, he knew that this person was his opponent. The other 4 were nothing. Junior Bai, you can test his strength. Jiang Baichen said. Take my saber, Bai Jinhong shouted. He jumped up, held his saber with both hands, and slashed down fiercely. This saber seemed to be able to split a small hill. It was the Silver Saber Mountain splitting saber. Compared to the young man in green, this saber was much more powerful. The saber slashed down, filling the world in the eyes. The ancient sword was unsheathed, and a dark bronze sword light flashed past. It turned into a bronze sword chi that broke through the air, as if it could break a mountain. Martial artists in the late stage of the Qi refining realm could release their inner strength to attack. However, the power of the inner strength would be weakened after it left the body. The further the distance, the weaker the power. The sword Qi that Chunzong hacked out with his sword, the power was extremely tyrannical. Because this sword was not just a simple internal force that left the body. It was a sword art, an earth-level upper-grade sword art, called a mountain-breaking sword Qi. For the current Chunzong, he could quickly master the sword techniques below the earth level and cultivate them to perfection. Only the earth-level sword techniques required more time to comprehend and cultivate. This mountain-breaking sword Qi only took a few hours to reach the perfection stage. The saber light was shattered, and the sword Qi hit directly. Bai Jinhong fell to the ground. His hands were numb, and his blood was shaking. His combat power is indeed above mine. Bai Jinhong gasped. The other 3 disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were also shocked. Senior Bai was a master on the violent saber list, but he was repelled by the opponent's sword Qi. Chunzong, you are qualified to make me use my saber, Jiang Baichen said. His words were as sharp as a saber, and his eyes were as cold as a blade. A terrifying aura burst out, like an invisible long saber, pointed at Chunzong. Chunzong's muscles unconsciously tightened, as if a sharp blade was piercing through his body. A strong enemy. This person's combat power had reached the 3-star level. Jiang Baichun pulled out the long saber on his back. The saber was glowing with a green luster, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. This was an excellent quality divine iron saber. In terms of quality, it was even better than the Red Thunder Sword. It was comparable to the ancient sword. This saber is called chopping martial. Jiang Baichun's left hand gently touched the back of the saber. His eyes were filled with gentleness, as if he was caressing his lover's skin. I have used chopping martial to kill 3 or 5 2-star warriors and 1 3-star warrior. However, I will not kill you because I have to bring you back to the castle for trial. The sword is called Ancient Sword, Chunzong said concisely. Chop! Jiang Baichun's roar was like thunder. The moment his voice sounded, it was like thunder, shaking the eardrums and shaking Chunzong's spiritual will. In front of him, a saber light flashed. It was like the cold snow in the extreme north, but also like the frost in the sky. One saber light up the world. One saber light covered the world in front of him. One saber light divided heaven and earth into 2. This saber light made Chunzong feel that he could not avoid it. It seemed that no matter where he went, he would be chopped. If he could not avoid it, then he would not. His 5 fingers relaxed and clenched tightly on the ancient sword. The chaotic heaven energy was like a torrent, and the sword Qi surged in the sky. Soon after, a wisp of red sword light tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning. It tore through the sky and soared into the clouds. Thunderous sword Qi. Chunzong had obtained 2 sword Qi martial arts from the Martial Arts Pavilion in Mountain Lin. They were both of the upper earth level and had been cultivated to perfection. They were very powerful. 2 different sword Qi broke through the sky and shot out. Chop! Jiang Baichun shouted for the 2nd time. The saber light was 3 times stronger. It chopped down and destroyed the 2 sword Qi. One saber cut mountain. Before the saber light arrived, the ground behind Chunzong was split open by the invisible saber pressure. A crack more than 10 meters long spread quickly. Chunzong felt like he was cut in half. Strong, very strong. He took a deep breath and focused his eyes. He stared at the saber light and jumped up. With 2 swords in hand, he suddenly slashed out. Cross-space slash. This was a top-grade Earth-level sword art. There's only one move, but it was suitable for dual swords. It was quite rare. The bronze and red sword light intertwined to form a thick cross sword light. It seemed to divide the sky into 4 and collided with the saber light. The saber light was shattered. The cross sword light shot toward Jiang Baichun and divided the world in Jiang Baichun's eyes into 4 flat parts. Senior brother, watch out. Several disciples of the Silver Saber Castle were shocked. Their eyes were completely filled with the cross sword light. They could not see anything else. It seemed that the cross sword light was the only thing left in the world. "You are indeed very strong." Jiang Baichen smiled. His fighting spirit was like a saber. The silver saber force was activated to the maximum. Silver light flashed around his body and poured into the Zhanwu saber. It was like a silver sun, shining brightly. Silver saber breaking cut. Senior brother Jiang is using his unique skill. This is Senior brother Jiang's famous unique skill. The Silver Saber Castle's Silver Saber skill was famous among the Earth-level martial arts. It had many moves, and each move was very powerful. Different disciples would often be proficient in different moves. Some disciples would even be inspired by some moves and strengthen themselves. From there, they would comprehend other saber moves that were more suitable for themselves. Silver Saber Breaking Cut was Jiang Baichen's unique skill after he cultivated the Silver Saber skill to the extreme and observed the sun. It was as if the saber could cut the sun into pieces. Of course, it was impossible to cut the sun into pieces. Even Transcendent Realm Master could not do it. Silver Saber Breaking Cut was just a metaphor. In other words, it was an unattainable hope. There was no doubt that the power of this saber was very strong. It was so hot that it seemed to melt him. This saber attack also showed Jiang Baichen's combat strength as a late-stage 3-star. Following the blazing saber light, Jiang Baichen's figure flashed like lightning. His saber pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Chunzong. Jiang Baichen did not kill Chunzong because capturing Chunzong alive and bringing him back to the Silver Saber Castle would give him a handsome reward. He was very tempted by the reward, but he was confident that he could injure Chunzong and make him lose his combat strength. Space-splitting cross slash. The Earth-level top-grade sword skill appeared again. The two swords crossed. Under the effect of the chaotic heaven yuan shattering force, the cross slash was extremely powerful. It cut the sky into four. Great flying dragon sword. The dragon roar was loud and resounding, shaking everyone's eardrums. Their faces changed drastically as their blood and chi surged out of their control. Following the cross slash that cut the sky into four, a sword light turned into a flying dragon. It seemed to rush out of the abyss and control the 9 heavens, sweeping across the sky. The cross slash was cut apart by the silver saber. The terrifying saber light was like a beam of sunlight, shooting in all directions. However, under an inexplicable force, it all shot towards Chunzong. It was like 10,000 arrows being shot at the same time. Each saber light contained a terrifying power that could easily injure any 2-star cultivator. The flying dragon sword light broke through the sky, shattered the saber light, and shot towards Jiang Baichen. Chunzong waved out 2 sword chi and shattered the saber light. He jumped and swept out like a gust of wind, following closely behind the flying dragon sword light. The 2 swords in the air were like a pair of wings of a swallow, but also like a spirit snake that swayed in an unpredictable trajectory. They were going to kill Jiang Baichen. The saber light was shattered, and the flying dragon sword light collapsed. Chunzong and Jiang Baichen approached each other. The Zhanwu saber and the red thunder sword collided. The ancient sword seemed to have broken the sky, drawing a stunning trajectory. It was like the Milky Way flowing backwards like the blue sea, or like a mountain crashing down. It mercilessly slashed towards Jiang Baichen. This sword could not be dodged or blocked. It directly slashed onto Jiang Baichen's body. His robe was torn apart, and a terrifying sound reverberated. A shocking impact shook the ancient sword away. Jiang Baichen flew backwards and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 263. Brother Jiang. The disciples of the Silver Saber Castle exclaimed and rushed over. "I'm fine." Jiang Baichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His face was slightly pale, but he was full of excitement. His fighting spirit was even stronger. His aura soared to the sky as if there was an invisible long saber hanging above his head, releasing a shocking saber pressure. Jiang Baichen's robe was torn, and a piece of metal could be seen under the robe. It was a breastplate. Many martial artists had the habit of wearing a piece of armor under their robes to increase their own protection. The breastplate that Jiang Baichen was wearing was made of divine iron. Although it was only a thin layer, it was extremely hard and had an astonishing defensive power. When Chunzong's sword fell, Jiang Baichen couldn't dodge it, but he used some of his inner strength to cover the breastplate and further strengthen its defensive power. That sword was very powerful. The breastplate was split open, and the terrifying sword power hurt Jiang Baichen's body, causing him some internal injuries. Strong. Chunzong couldn't help but think. When he was at the early stage of rank 8, his combat power was at the limit of 2-star, infinitely close to 3-star. When he reached the middle stage of rank 8, the small leap was like the straw that broke the camel's back. He broke through the bottleneck of his combat power and reached the early stage of 3-star. After practicing more sword techniques, his combat skills became more flexible and flexible. His understanding of swords and sword techniques improved. With the ancient imperial sword, Chunzong's combat power surpassed the early stage of 3-star and reached the middle stage of 3-star. Jiang Baichen's strength was undoubtedly at the middle stage of 3-star. Chunzong, I'll show you my full power. With a loud shout, the wind whistled. Jiang Baichen's body burst out with an amazing aura. Under the impact, the aura turned into cyclones that swept across the sky. The sound of the saber rang with a violent intent. True, secret, frenzied, saber. With every word, Jiang Baichen's aura became stronger. When he shouted the fourth word, his aura more than doubled. The invisible saber pressure seemed to split the sky into two. Brother Jiang is using a secret technique. Brother Jiang has cultivated the true, secret frenzied saber to the 3rd level. It seems that the real, secret frenzied blade is the exclusive secret technique of the Silver Saber Castle, Chunzong said to himself. Brother Bei had used the true secret wild blade, and now this person was also using the true secret wild blade. However, Chunzong felt that this person's true secret wild blade was even stronger. The silver blade energy surged, and his inner strength seemed like it was about to explode. The invisible blade energy surrounded his body, and the swishing sounds made people's scalps go numb. Strong. Very strong. Jiang Baichen couldn't help but laugh. The true secret frenzy blade was the unique secret technique of the Silver Saber Castle, which was different from the Mountain Overlook Courtyard. The Mountain Overlook Courtyard was established by the Marquis of Mountain Overlook. It was a faction that was similar to an academy, focusing on the strengths of 100 schools of thought. It had all sorts of martial arts and cultivation techniques. It looked rather comprehensive, but there was nothing that it specialized in. The Silver Saber Castle master practiced the saber. Regardless of cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, or even secret skills, he focused on the saber. The Proud Sword Manor focused on the sword. In terms of saber and sword, overlooking Mountain Courtyard was inferior to the other two. Once the true secret wild blade was used, it would obviously increase one's strength, but it would also affect one's spirit and will. It would make one lose their mind and become violent. In serious cases, they would not be able to differentiate between friend and foe, and would attack anything that moved. Of course, this kind of situation was very rare. Most of the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle who practiced the true secret wild blade would more or less maintain a trace of rationality after using it. The more profound one's control of the true secret wild blade was, the more rationality one could maintain, and the stronger one's battle strength would be. Brother Bei had only mastered the 1st level of the true secret wild blade, while Jiang Baichen had mastered the 3rd level. The difference between the two was very obvious. The violent impact on Jiang Baichen's spirit and made his face arrogant. His eyes shone with excitement and madness. His blood and qi were boiling, and his battle intent was soaring. However, his rationality allowed Jiang Baichen to control his actions, his thoughts, and his body. Cut! A low roar sounded like a thunderclap. The long saber broke through the air. In front of Chunzong's eyes, there was only a 7-meter-long saber chopping down fiercely. It was violent, fierce, and endless. Jiang Baichen's speed was more than 3 times faster. He was approaching Chunzong. After that saber, he launched a storm-like attack. The saber light was densely packed like a sudden rain, and like the water of the Milky Way pouring down, it was endless. Every saber attack was a perfect combination of strength and speed. The power of each attack was more than 10% stronger than before. Late stage 3-star battle strength. The saber was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was suffocating. Chunzong could only use his 2 swords to block again and again. Shocking dust step. In the blink of an eye, he retreated like an aurora, trying to distance himself from Jiang Baichen. However, under the true secret wild blade, not only did Jiang Baichen's strength increase significantly, but his speed also increased a lot. First, he slashed through the air, and then the long saber suddenly pierced forward. Before the saber arrived, the terrifying sharpness made Chunzong feel like he was going to be pierced through. The difference in battle strength made it difficult for Chunzong to find a chance to counterattack. He could only block and dodge again and again. However, the true secret wild blade was a secret technique, and all secret techniques had a time limit. Once it was over, Jiang Baichen's strength would recover or even decrease. Then, it would be time to counterattack. Infinite saber attack. Jiang Baichen seemed to know Chunzong's plan. He slashed lightly. This saber attack seemed to have lost all its weight, leaving only lightness. It was extremely light and extremely fast. Before he could react, the saber light had already reached him. Chunzong could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by life and death situations to barely block it. Fortunately, the power contained in this saber attack was very weak, so he could barely block it. However, the second saber attack had already landed. One saber attack after another, as if it was endless. The speed of the saber did not increase, but the power contained in each saber attack was constantly increasing, bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 sabers. The power was so strong that Chunzong's face turned serious. Let's see how many sabers you can take. Jiang Baichen's tone was arrogant. The infinite saber attack did not belong to the Silver Saber Castle. It was a strange saber technique that he had encountered during one of his adventures. The first saber attack focused only on speed. It was extremely fast and abandoned all power, making it difficult for the enemy to guard against. The second attack was to maintain the speed of the saber attack and increase the power. It was the same for all the subsequent attacks. It was not so much a saber technique as it was a way to use the saber. The infinite saber attack was very difficult to practice. There was no upper limit from the first saber attack. How many saber attacks could be made depended entirely on the warrior's own ability. The more profound the mastery, the more saber attacks could be made. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Baichen had made 20 consecutive attacks. Chunzong's hands were numb and his long sword was shaking. The saber attack was so fast that it formed a sharp saber pressure, cutting Chunzong's sword robe into pieces. Even his skin was cut open and blood dripped. It was so fast that Chunzong did not even have time to recover. Resisting another saber attack, Chunzong could not help but retreat. He closed his eyes and opened them in the next breath. In the depths of his clear and deep eyes, bits of silver appeared like stars in the night sky. They filled his pupils and dyed his originally black pupils silver. Cold, ruthless. This unique pair of eyes immediately startled Jiang Baichen. The madness in his eyes seemed to disappear a little. Immediately, they became more intense. Sword of spirit. His silver eyes shone brightly like a sharp sword being unsheathed. 2 streams of invisible sword chi shot out from his eyes. Fast was not enough to describe it. Just as Jiang Baichen was about to swing his saber again, the invisible sword chi had already shot into his eyes. Jiang Baichen felt as if he'd been ruthlessly pricked by a needle. The feeling of being defenseless caused him to subconsciously close his eyes. The knife also paused. Following that, a sharp pain came from his brain. It was as if his brain had been ruthlessly pierced by 2 invisible swords. Jiang Baichen screamed unconsciously. His whole body trembled, and the hand holding the saber dropped weakly. Good chance. With a swing of the two swords, the cross-shaped sword light broke through the air. Space-splitting cross-slash. The tyrannical cross-shaped sword light was Chunzong's counterattack after being suppressed. It exploded in an instant with astonishing power and directly slashed at Jiang Baichen's chest. The tyrannical power split open the already damaged breastplate. The blade broke through the skin and cut into the bone. Jiang Baichen flew out. Thunderous sword chi. Mountain-breaking sword chi. The red sword chi and the bronze sword chi broke through the air and hit Jiang Baichen again. They went through the broken breastplate and penetrated his body. Like a ragged sack, Jiang Baichen flew out dozens of meters and fell to the ground. He rolled a few times and vomited blood. His wound was dripping with blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Senior brother Jiang, senior brother Jiang, quick, take the elixir and give it to senior brother Jiang. Bai Jinhong and the others recovered from the shock and rushed to Jiang Baichen. They took out the elixir and put it in his mouth. Then they took out the powder and sprinkled it on his wound. You are very strong. To die under your sword, I have no regrets. Jiang Baichun spat out a pill. He knew that he would not be able to survive. Chunzong's consecutive sword attacks had already wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his organs. There was nothing he could do. Jiang Baichun didn't hate dying under Chunzong's sword. From the beginning, when he decided to catch Chunzong, he might end up like this. In other words, since he stepped on the path of a warrior, he might end up like this. If he caught Chunzong alive and brought him back to the Silver Saber Castle for trial, in the end, Chunzong wouldn't be able to escape death. It was normal for two people to kill each other. Jiang Baichun understood this. Chunzong also understood this. But some people didn't. You killed senior brother Jiang. You have to die too. Bai Jinhong and the others were blinded by hatred. They pulled out their swords and attacked Chunzong with all their strength. They wanted to avenge Jiang Baichen. Shocking dust step. His body was like an aurora. He shuttled through the swords of Bai Jinhong and the others. Blood splattered everywhere. Passing by, he shook his sword gently to get rid of the blood on it and put it back into the sheath. The three of them opened their mouths with difficulty, but they couldn't make any sound. They tried to twist their necks, but they couldn't see the figure behind them. It was dark in front of them, as if they had fallen into an abyss. Did you know that someone in the mountain overlook courtyard betrayed you? Before he could finish, Bai Jinhong fell to the ground and died. Turning around to look at the bodies of the Silver Saber Castle's disciples, Chunzong exhaled with a cold expression. Since he killed the two Silver Saber Castle's disciples in the chaotic Heaven Marshal King's cave, he had formed a grudge with the Silver Saber Castle. Maybe the two disciples' lives didn't mean anything. The main point was the chaotic heaven energy breaking technique. The Silver Saber Castle sent their disciples to catch him. They called it a trial, but in fact, it was for the chaotic heaven energy breaking technique. Now that he had killed a few more Silver Saber Castle's disciples, this Jiang Baichen was even more extraordinary. The grudge between him and the Silver Saber Castle was getting deeper. But Bai Zhanhong didn't finish his words. What did he mean? Chapter 264. Brother Chun, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lin Ji said apologetically along the way. After killing the 5 disciples of the Silver Blade Castle, Chunzong found Lin Ji, who was tied up like a dumpling behind a small hill. Lin Ji was slightly injured, but fortunately, it was not serious. Brother Lin, the disciples of the Silver Blade Castle are looking for me. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Chunzong said. Chunzong's appearance was a bit embarrassing. His sword robe was cut into pieces and covered with blood. He looked miserable, but in fact, it was only a flesh wound. Moreover, with his strong self-healing ability, he had already healed. Not even a scar was left. However, the two of them were like brothers in the same boat. They walked towards Mountain Overlook City to return to Mountain Overlook Courtyard. After Chunzong and Jiang Baichen walked off into the distance, a figure appeared on the small hill, wearing a ghost mask. He glanced at the mounds of dirt, which were simple tombs that Chunzong had made for Jiang Baichen and the others. To Chunzong, Jiang Baichun was a very good opponent, a very good enemy. With such treatment, everything else was secondary. I didn't expect that Chunzong's battle strength had reached the 3-star level. He was at least in a middle stage of the 3-star level. The last move he used was the secret technique, Spirit Sword. If he wasn't prepared, even a late-stage 3-star warrior would be affected. The masked man's tone was very serious. He didn't expect that Chunzong would be so difficult to deal with. Otherwise, if the people of the Silver Blade Castle took away Chunzong, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. He didn't expect that Chunzong's true battle strength was so strong. He was only at the 3-star level, not the 2-star level. A small mistake in judgment would cause the whole situation to go wrong, and they would lose an opportunity. The battle strength of a late-stage 3-star warrior. The masked man's tone was serious, and he mastered the Spirit Sword in such a short time. Jiang Baichun's battle strength was very strong, even stronger than his. If Jiang Baichun was killed by Chunzong, then he would only die if he fought against Chunzong. However, Jiang Baichun was an important disciple of the Silver Blade Castle. If you kill him, the Silver Blade Castle will not let you go. I just need to tell this news. The masked man suppressed a low laugh. Inside the stone house of the mountain climbing list, Chunzong changed into a clean sword robe and held a book in his hands. Someone from the mountain overlooked courtyard wants to deal with me. Is it Zhao Yifu's men or someone else? Chunzong pondered, but he lacked sufficient information and could not be sure. If he failed to deal with me the first time, there will be a second time. He will give himself away sooner or later. This was a handwritten book that had been found on Jiang Baichun's body. It contained his experiences on cultivation, mainly on saber techniques. Sabers and swords were different, but they could reflect each other. Chunzong admired Jiang Baichun's bladesmanship very much. It was a thorough interpretation of swift and fierce, which was worth learning. Whether it's the saber technique or the sword technique, it's all related to the use of power. I just need to learn the technique of using power, Chunzong thought to himself. He read word by word, recalling Jiang Baichun's saber art as he read, reflecting on each other and deepening his comprehension. Before he knew it, he had reached the end. Infinite slash. Chunzong's face lit up when he heard these words. The saber art that Jiang Baichun used at the end had greatly inspired Chunzong, but it also brought him great danger. If he had not mastered the first level of the spiritual sword and seized the opportunity to counterattack, the consequences would have been unpredictable. Infinite slash. This was undoubtedly a very powerful saber art. Chunzong wanted to understand the mystery of it. Perhaps he could change it into infinite slash. As he read, Chunzong showed a touch of joy. The so-called infinite slash was not a saber art, but a technique of using power. It was just that the person who created this martial art happened to practice the saber and applied it to the saber art. Therefore, it was called infinite slash. In other words, I can practice it, Chunzong thought to himself. He did not even need to spend any effort to change it. This was a martial art without a grade, but it could also be said that it had astonishing potential. Chunzong began to meditate. Marquis, are you injured? Vice Dean Li Tunkong looked at the purple-robed, middle-aged man who was walking over with a majestic gait. His dignified face was abnormally pale, so he quickly went up to greet him. It's just a minor injury. A smile flashed across the purple-robed, middle-aged man's dignified face, and he waved his hand casually. The two of them walked into the main hall. Not long after, another old man walked into the hall with hurried footsteps. Marquis, as soon as the old man entered the hall, he quickly bowed to the purple-robed, middle-aged man. No need for formalities. Vice Dean Zhao has worked hard. The purple-robed man smiled. This old man was the other Vice Dean of Overlooking Mountain Courtyard, Zhao Qingshan. As for the purple-robed man, he was the founder of Overlooking Mountain Courtyard, the #1 master in Overlooking Mountain County, a pseudo-transcendent realm master, and one of the most powerful figures in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, Marquis of Overlooking Mountain. After this investigation, the Demon Wind Hall's background is bigger than we thought. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Marquis of Overlooking Mountain went straight to business, his face solemn. It's very likely that they came from there. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain's words caused the two vice deans, Li Tungkong and Zhao Qingshan, to straighten their backs with solemn expressions. That place was a mysterious and powerful place. Even though the two of them were true martial realm ninth-layer martial artists, they knew very little about it. The Demon Wind Hall was a force that had suddenly emerged in recent years. At first, it didn't attract much attention, but as time passed, the people of the Demon Wind Hall started doing evil everywhere. At first, they appeared in Dragon Mountain County of the Great Mountain Province, but they gradually spread to other counties, and now they had even spread to Overlooking Mountain County. The Demon Wind Hall style of doing things was unscrupulous and extremely vicious. However, they were powerful and had an extraordinary background, causing people to fear and avoid them. However, what would come. If the Demon Wind Hall was allowed to act unscrupulously, Overlooking Mountain County would sooner or later become chaotic and be ruled by the Demon Wind Hall. As the Marquis of Overlooking Mountain County, he was the county lord. It was impossible for him to allow such a thing to happen, so he personally led people to investigate. He didn't expect that the more he investigated, the more he found out about the horror of the Demon Wind Hall. It was like a bottomless abyss, which made him feel uneasy. When he investigated to a certain extent, he provoked the pseudo-transcendent realm masters of the Demon Wind Hall. After a battle, both sides suffered injuries. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain had to stop the investigation. On the way back, he was healing his injuries and had yet to recover. In addition, a Demon Wind Hall has appeared in our Great Mountain Province. In the other two provinces, there are similar forces, namely the Demon Cloud Hall and the Demon Blood Hall. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain's tone was even more solemn. Demon Cloud Hall and Demon Blood Hall. Li Tungkong frowned and pondered. Could these two forces have the same origin as the Demon Wind Hall? Vice Dean Zhao Qingshan exclaimed. Lord King Chongshan has decided to take action personally. Marquis of Overlooking Mountain said. King Chongshan. The two vice deans were surprised. King Chongshan was the king of the Great Mountain Province and one of the princes conferred by the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. Not only did he have a high status, but more importantly, he was a master, a transcendent realm master who had surpassed the true martial realm. Pseudo-transcendent realm masters were also very powerful, but in essence, they were still at the level of the true martial realm. True transcendent realm masters had already surpassed the transcendent realm and were not on the same level. One was heaven and one was earth. One was a true dragon and one was a grass snake. Normally, transcendent realm masters would not pay attention to worldly affairs. They were wholeheartedly pursuing a higher martial Tao. Often, only major events would attract transcendent realm masters. At the same time, it also meant that a matter that required a transcendent realm master to take action was definitely a matter of great importance. However, if it involved the transcendent realm master personally taking action, they didn't need to waste any more effort. As long as they were qualified enough, they would know the results. Did anything happen in the courtyard during my absence? Marquis of Overlooking Mountain changed the topic. He had single-handedly established Overlooking Mountain Courtyard and attached great importance to it. Indeed, something happened. Vice Dean Li Tungkong was the first to speak. Not long ago, a specially recruited disciple came to Overlooking Mountain Courtyard. Marquis Overlooking Mountain listened quietly. Finally, his eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling. Li Tungkong and Zhao Qingshan saw Marquis Overlooking Mountain's expression and knew that he was interested in this Qin zone. 19 years old, early 8th Revolution realm, this cultivation talent is very ordinary. Marquis Overlooking Mountain said neither too fast nor too slow. However, early 8th Revolution realm possesses peak 2-star combat strength. This kind of talent is very strong, not inferior to Shi Huanyu. The two vice deans were shocked. Shi Huanyu was the first on Overlooking Mountain Courtyard's Mountain Ascension list and the only disciple with 4-star combat strength. Moreover, he was also listed on the Flood Dragon list of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. He was the pride of overlooking Mountain Courtyard. However, thinking about it carefully, Chun Zong's combat strength was indeed comparable to Shi Huan Yu's, but whether it would be the same in the future was unclear. Early 8th Revolution realm, perfect essence, qi, and soul. He already has the qualifications to comprehend the truth. Marquis overlooking Mountain nodded and smiled. Lord Marquis, do you want to summon Qinzong? Vice Dean Li Tungkong smiled. Lord Marquis, I don't think it's appropriate. Zhao Qingshan refuted. This Qinzong's background isn't clear enough. Who knows if he is someone secretly arranged by the Demon Wind Hall. I think we should observe him for a period of time. Zhao Qingshan, who doesn't know that Qinzong injured your granddaughter? You don't need to suppress a junior like this. Li Tungkong refuted without any trace of politeness. Nonsense. Zhao Qingshan angrily said, his beard curling up. Oh, what happened? Marquis, overlooking Mountain, asked. Li Tungkong roughly explained what happened in the examination that day. Everyone in overlooking Mountain Courtyard has to follow the rules set by this Marquis. Vice Dean Zhao, for your sake, I will let this matter pass. Marquis overlooking Mountain said neither too fast nor too slow, but he was knocking on Zhao Qingshan's head. This kind of matter was not a big deal. It could be investigated, but it could also be ignored. Zhao Qingshan was one of the vice deans, so it was necessary to give him some face. Zhao Qingshan nodded repeatedly. In fact, with his status, it was not worthwhile for him to deal with a disciple directly. He just wanted to help his granddaughter vent her anger. But since Marquis overlooking Mountain had said so, it would be untactful of him to stop him. Lord Marquis, but I still have the same opinion. This Qinzong's background is worthy of consideration. Zhao Qingshan emphasized again. I know what to do. Marquis overlooking Mountain said, Vice Dean Li, please send someone to inform this disciple named Qinzong that I want to see him. Yes. Vice Dean Li Tungkong was full of smiles. Naturally, there was competition within the Overlook Mountain Courtyard. There were two factions led by the two vice principals. Minter Lu happened to belong to Vice Principal Li Tungkong's faction. Of course, there were no flashes of swords or carnage in their faction. Instead, there was a healthy competition. This kind of competition allowed the Overlook Mountain Courtyard to maintain its vitality and develop better. The Overlook Mountain Courtyard was happy to see this. Since Marquis overlooking Mountain had already made his decision, Vice Dean Zhao Qingshan did not say anything else. He just wanted to warn his granddaughter when he returned. Chapter 265. The sky was clear and white, and the wind was blowing gently. Han Yunfei walked down from the 18th floor of the mountaineering list as fast as the wind. There were 99 floors on the mountaineering list. The highest was the first floor, and the lowest was the 99th floor. Qinzong was ranked 89th, so he lived on the 89th floor. What a lucky boy. Han Yunfei arrived at the 89th floor and walked toward Qinzong's cave residence while muttering to himself. He was the first disciple of Vice Dean Li Tungkong, and he came to find Qinzong on Li Tungkong's order. Soon, Han Yunfei saw Qinzong practicing swordsmanship on the roof. Qin Shidi, let's have a few moves. Han Yunfei jumped up as if he was riding the wind. He turned his body in the air, and his feet touched the ground lightly. He flew toward Qinzong like a dragonfly, skimming the water. He waved his right hand, and the bright sword light, like the rising sun, slashed toward Qinzong. The sword light was fleeting, like a bird flying up, down, left, and right, and its trajectory was unpredictable. There was no killing intent in this move, and it didn't use much strength, but it contained profound skills. Qinzong turned around and fixed his eyes on the fleeting sword light. He raised his sword and slashed it down. In Han Yunfei's eyes, Qinzong's sword seemed to have cut the world in half. No matter how fleeting his sword was, it couldn't get away from the attack of Qinzong's sword. It blocked all changes. Adapt to all changes. Good. Instead of being surprised, Han Yunfei was happy. He shook his arm and his long sword. The sword light poured down like a rainstorm, breaking the blockade of Chunzong's sword and covering it directly. Break! With a low chant, Chunzong's vertical sword suddenly turned into a stab, and he tapped the void continuously. Every move was an ordinary move, but they all contained the mystery of the wind-cutting swordsmanship. Han Yunfei landed on the roof. He tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his foot and was as swift and flexible as water skiing. His body moved with the sword. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. Ha 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 ha. Chinshiti, your swordsmanship is indeed superb. After dodging Chunzong's sword, Han Yunfei lightly retreated and sheathed his sword. He laughed loudly and said, "My name is Han Yunfei. I've come to find you on my master's order." "Senior Martial Brother Han's master is?" Chunzong asked. "Vice President Li." Han Yunfei said in a clear voice, "You are very lucky. Marquis of Linshan has returned. My master told the Marquis about you. After the Marquis heard about it, he was very interested in you and specially summoned you." "Lord Marquis of Linshan summoned me." Chunzong revealed a look of joy when he heard this. The reason why he chose Overlook Mountain Courtyard instead of Proudsore Manor was because of Overlook Mountain Marquis, the #1 expert of Overlook Mountain County. Now that he had killed a few disciples of the Silver Saber Castle, the grudge between him and the Silver Saber Castle had deepened. However, it was not easy to increase his cultivation and strength, especially to the extent that he could fight against the Silver Saber Castle. He did not want to run away again like before. He could only find a backer before he became strong enough. This backer had to be strong enough. In Overlook Mountain County, Marquis of Linshan was undoubtedly the best candidate. "Thank you for telling me, Senior Martial Brother Han. I will leave now," Chunzong said. He directly put on his 2 swords and tidied up his appearance. He looked clean and tidy. "Let's go." Han Yunfei smiled. "Chunshiti, you're going to strike it rich." On the way, Han Yunfei laughed. His words made Chunzong feel that it was interesting. In the entire Overlook Mountain Courtyard, other than the mentors and the vice president, even the teachers rarely get to see Lord Marquis of Linshan. "Senior Martial Brother Han, can't all disciples on the mountain ascension list be summoned by Lord Marquis of Linshan?" Chunzong asked. At least that was what he thought. Haha, of course not. Lord Marquis of Linshan is in charge of the entire Overlook Mountain County. How can he have so much time? Han Yunfei laughed. The disciples on a mountain ascension list are mainly paid attention to by the 2 vice presidents. When there are better seedlings, they will report to Lord Marquis of Linshan. Lord Marquis of Linshan will then decide whether to summon them. Do you know how many of the 99 disciples on the mountain ascension list have been summoned by Lord Marquis of Linshan? Han Yunfei asked. He did not wait for Chunzong to answer and said, "There are only 4 in total. Including you, you are the 5th. Chunzong was surprised. Before him, there were only 4. His luck was not bad. Han Yunfei was a little talkative. Along the way, he talked nonstop. However, his words were interesting. Moreover, Chunzong did not know what he was talking about. Therefore, Chunzong did not feel annoyed. On the contrary, he listened with great interest. Unknowingly, Han Yunfei led Chunzong to the depths of Overlook Mountain Courtyard, in front of a simple courtyard. Mountain View Residence. Chunzong raised his head slightly and looked at the 3 words on the plaque of the closed door. The words were like flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. They seemed to contain some inexplicable truth. He could not understand them clearly. Those words were carved by Lord Marquis himself with a sword. Han Yunfei laughed. It is said that it contains Lord Marquis's understanding of swordsmanship. If you can understand it, it will be good for practicing swordsmanship. However, I have seen it many times and have not understood anything. Chunzong looked at it carefully for a while, but did not understand anything. "Chunshiti, I can only send you here." Han Yunfei patted Chunzong's shoulder and laughed. Then he turned and left. He could not enter without Lord Marquis's summon. After taking a deep breath and tidying up his clothes again, Chunzong strode to the closed door and knocked. After a few breaths, "Who is it?" A voice came. It was a young woman with a threatening, heroic spirit. Chunzong thought for a moment and knew who it was. The candidate, Guan Yunxi. The door opened. A pretty face that was not inferior to a man's appeared in front of him. "It's you." Guan Yunxi saw Zong and was stunned at first. Then she frowned, and her pretty face was full of anger. Her eyes shone with a fierce light. She said in a cold voice, "I have warned you not to appear in front of me again." As soon as she finished speaking, Guan Yunxi slapped at Zong's face. Her internal force was restrained, and her palm could break a stone. Zong moved his body and avoided Guan Yunxi's palm. He said, "Lord Marquis wants to see me." Guan Yunxi ignored him and attacked again. Palm after palm, the wind from his palm whistled and palm prints flew out like a torrential downpour. Zong walked calmly and skillfully, as if he was strolling among flowers. Guan Yunxi's every palm hit nothing. Then he walked past Guan Yunxi with delicate steps and entered the Mountain View residence. Guan Yunxi's pretty face was red. She was enraged. She touched her waist with her right hand, and the scarlet shadow appeared again. It was like a spiritual snake or a sharp sword piercing through the air. It hit Zong's back hard. Unexpectedly, it missed again. Guan Yunxi attacked again and again. The shadow of the whip danced and covered the whole yard. Two beams of sword light flashed across the sky like lightning, shattering the shadows of the whips. Zong broke out of the shadows and was met with another scarlet shadow. It was as if lightning had split the sky. Cut! Things were different now. Zong slashed apart the whip shadow with his sword and turned around to attack Guan Yunxi. Long Xin. The scarlet long whip shook, as if it had transformed into a flying dragon, descending from the sky. As the tip of the whip stretched back and forth, there was a tyrannical inner strength that was fluctuating. Long Tai. The second move followed. The scarlet shadow circled around Zong like a dragon, trying to tie him up. The two moves came one after the other. Long Wu. Guan Yunxi used the third move. The three moves completely surrounded Zong. There was no way for him to dodge. The two swords crossed, and the dazzling light of the cross cut through the air. Space-splitting cross cut. Under the sharp light of the cross, the air was cut open and a deep cross mark was left. It shattered Guan Yunxi's three moves. Mountain-splitting sword chi. Thunderous sword chi. Two streaks of sword chi pierced through the air as if they were the vanguard. Zong followed closely behind. His two swords attacked Guan Yunxi from the left and right. Guan Yunxi's face changed. She was shocked. Not long ago, Zong could only dodge and retreat pathetically under his long whip. At that time, he had only used an ordinary whip technique. Now, under his powerful whip technique, Zong was actually able to resist him. Was he hiding his strength last time? It didn't seem necessary. How could he improve his combat strength so much in such a short time? It was too shocking. Zong didn't know the shock in Guan Yunxi's heart. His long sword came, and the two swords poured down like a storm. Guan Yunxi activated all her inner force. Her long hair fluttered, and she looked valiant. She was like a female warrior on the battlefield. Her long whip was like a knife or a sword, piercing through the air like a spear. After all, this was the Mountain View residence, the place of the Marquis of Linshan. Guan Yunxi was the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan. Zong couldn't and didn't dare to kill or injure Guan Yunxi. However, Guan Yunxi's combat strength wasn't weak. With her full strength, besides the spiritual sword, Zong also had to deal with it. Sword light flashed. The shadow of the whip was chaotic. Zong and Guan Yunxi were fighting fiercely. However, they didn't know that two pairs of eyes were staring at them and nodding secretly. Marquis, this Zong can actually fight Miss Yunxi to a draw. It's really surprising. It's hard to imagine that his cultivation is only at the middle stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Yunxi's combat strength is at the middle stage of the 3-star level. If she uses a secret technique, she can reach the late stage of the 3-star level. The Marquis of Linshan smiled and said, "However, this Zong didn't use his full strength." The mountaineering ranking was a list that measured the combat strength of the disciples of the Linshan courtyard. It was mostly accurate but not absolute. Some people only used their own strength when fighting for a place on the mountaineering ranking and didn't use a secret technique to increase their combat strength. However, some people increased their combat strength. For example, Chunzong was ranked 89th. However, his combat strength was at the 3-star level. If he challenged, his ranking would rise a lot. Guan Yunxi was at the middle stage of the 3-star level. However, if she used a secret technique, her combat strength could reach the late stage of the 3-star level. Marquis, are you satisfied with this Chunzong? He's all right. The Marquis of Linshan smiled and stared at him. The battle between Chunzong and Guan Yunxi became more and more intense. However, neither of them had any killing intent. Guan Yunxi's goal was to teach Chunzong a lesson and avenge her friend. As for Chunzong, he didn't want to be taught a lesson. Of course, if Guan Yunxi wasn't the daughter of the Marquis of Linshan, Chunzong wouldn't have held back. Sword light flashed, and the ground was split open by the sword pressure. The long whip pierced through the air and also cracked the ground. The energy overflowed, and the stone tables and chairs in the distance cracked and shattered. All right, both of you stop. If you continue fighting, the Mountain View residents will be torn apart by the two of you. A gentle voice sounded with a hint of ridicule. Tearing down the Mountain View residents was an exaggeration. Chunzong quickly withdrew his sword. Guan Yunxi also stopped. Chapter 266. 555 times of support. I wonder if people with obsessive-compulsive disorder will feel good if they see this. The leader was dressed in a purple robe embroidered with a silver flood dragon pattern. One of his dragon claws was facing his chest. The entire flood dragon was vivid and lifelike, full of spirituality. It seemed to be guarding the purple-robed middle-aged man. As the middle-aged man walked, it seemed to fly and dance in the air. He looked to be in his 40s and had a square face with distinct features. He had a kind of reserved steadiness and fortitude, containing an indescribable majesty. His calm eyes were like the deep sea, indescribably magnificent. When the other party's gaze fell on his face, Chunzong felt as if he was looking at a tall mountain and a boundless sea. Marquis of Linshan. These 3 words flashed directly in his mind. Although it was Chunzong's first time seeing this person, his demeanor and majesty, and the fact that they were in the Mountain View residence, spoke volumes of the other party's identity. Immediately, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in the Marquis of Linshan's eyes. Chunzong's body trembled uncontrollably. He straightened his back and felt that the person in front of him was not a person, but a mountain that was majestically smashing all obstacles. It came crashing down with an unstoppable momentum with a forceful and domineering attitude. Under this mountain, Chunzong seemed so small and insignificant. The chaotic heaven origin shattering energy surged, and his aura rose to the extreme. His spiritual will was incomparably condensed and transformed into a sword, slashing out fiercely. The mountain was infinitely tall, and the sword was extremely small, but it could not resist Chunzong's determination. Both jade and stone were destroyed. Just as the sword was about to hit the mountain, everything disappeared like a bubble. The Marquis of Linshan had already walked in front of him, with a trace of a smile in his eyes. "Father," Guan Yunxi called out, then looked at the black-robed middle-aged man beside the Marquis of Linshan and bowed slightly. "Uncle Wei." Mississippi, the black-robed middle-aged man smiled and nodded in greeting. "Chunzong greets Lord Marquis of Linshan." After bowing to the purple-robed middle-aged man, Chunzong looked at the black-robed middle-aged man. He was not sure of this person's identity, but he was sure that he was a true martial realm expert. "Greetings, senior. No need for formalities." The Marquis of Linshan nodded. The black-robed middle-aged man sized up Chunzong, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Following the black-robed middle-aged man's voice, Chun and Guan Yunxi were all seated. Calm, the Marquis of Linshans was of Linshans. Chunzong immediately used the same set of excuses that he had said before, but compared to before, it was even more rigorous. The Marquis of Linshan and the black-clothed middle-aged man listened. Chunzong was very calm under their gazes because he knew that if he revealed the slightest bit of guilt in front of these two experts, it would be seen through. Neither the Marquis of Linshan nor the black-robed middle-aged man could be compared to ordinary martial artists. From Chunzong's words, they found some suspicious points. However, to them, these suspicious points are not a big problem. In the end, asking about Chunzong's background was just to confirm whether Chunzong was someone arranged by the Magic Wind Hall. After some observation, the Marquis of Linshan was sure that Chunzong had nothing to do with the Magic Wind Hall. That was enough. Guan Yunqi sat at the side without saying a word. She only stared coldly at Chunzong from time to time. Guan Yunqi felt stifled in her heart as the outcome of the battle was not determined. She also did not manage to teach Chunzong a lesson as she wished. Chunzong, I never like to beat around the bush. The Marquis of Linshan spoke again, staring at Chunzong with a solemn expression. Are you willing to be my disciple? The black-robed middle-aged man's face also turned serious. Guan Yunqi's body trembled, and her face was full of shock. Disciple. The Marquis of Linshan County was the #1 expert. If he were to accept a disciple, as long as the news spread, it would immediately attract countless martial artists of the younger generation. They would scramble like ducks and fight until their heads bled. In the entire Linshan courtyard, there were 99 disciples on the mountaineering roll. Every one of them was a true genius. Everyone wanted to become the Marquis of Linshan's disciple. Unfortunately, it was difficult. As the Marquis of Linshan's daughter, Guan Yunqi knew very well that the Marquis of Linshan had only accepted a disciple once, many years ago. The black-robed middle-aged man had expected this, but when he heard it from the Marquis of Linshan, he could not help but feel surprised. Chunzong was stunned at first. There was an indescribable shock in his heart. The more he cultivated, the more he understood how difficult it was to reach the true martial realm. The pseudo-transcendence realm was even more extraordinary. The #1 expert of Linshan County. The combined strength of the martial artists of Linshan County far surpassed that of the Eastern Continent. As the #1 expert of the county, one could imagine his strength and status. Especially since he was a marquis of the entire dynasty, he held real power. In the beginning, Chunzong only wanted to attract the attention of the Marquis of Linshan and find a backer. That was all. He did not expect the Marquis of Linshan to take the initiative to propose this. As this thought flashed through his mind, Chunzong stood up and bowed to the Marquis of Linshan. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Disciple Chunzong greets Master." Good. The Marquis of Linshan calmly accepted Chunzong's apprenticeship ceremony with a face full of smiles. On the other hand, Guan Yunqi's face was full of displeasure. Congratulations to the Marquis for having a good disciple. The black-robed, middle-aged man smiled. Guan Yunqi was very depressed. She could not understand how many young talents wanted to be his disciple and were rejected. Why did he take the initiative to accept such an arrogant person as his disciple this time? What she did not know was that the Marquis of Linshan had first learned about Chunzong from the vice principal and then witnessed the battle with his own eyes. He had also used his spiritual will to test Chunzong and was very satisfied with the result. Yin Wei, my personal guard. We are as close as brothers. You can call him Uncle Wei in the future. The Marquis of Linshan introduced, Yunqi, my daughter, your senior sister. Uncle Wei. Chunzong quickly bowed to the black-robed middle-aged man and then turned to Guan Yunqi with a smile. Senior sister. Young master. Yin Wei stood up and cupped his fists in return. His cultivation was at the peak of LV9 true martial realm, and his combat strength was astonishing. He had followed the Marquis of Linshan for decades and had a life-and-death relationship. Just as the Marquis of Linshan said, they were as close as brothers. The Marquis of Linshan did not have a son, only a daughter. Therefore, the disciple he took was equivalent to half a son. It was normal for him to call him young master. Guan Yunqi snorted coldly. The Marquis of Linshan and Yin Wei only smiled at this. Chunzong did not mind either. Ah Wei, Inform Li Tungkong and Zhao Qingshan that Chunzong has been accepted as my disciple. The Marquis of Linshan ordered. In addition, spread the news that I will hold a disciple recruitment ceremony in a month. Okay. Yin Wei nodded. The Marquis of Linshan accepting a disciple was a big deal. For those famous experts, once they accepted a disciple, they would hold a disciple recruitment ceremony. This was the importance they attached to their disciple. It was equivalent to announcing to other martial artists that this was their disciple. If anything happened outside, many people would give them face for the sake of the Marquis of Linshan. There would be many famous experts participating in the disciple recruitment ceremony. This was a show of respect and also a chance to build a good relationship with the Marquis of Linshan. Chunzong, you don't have any objections to my arrangement, right? The Marquis of Linshan asked. Everything is up to you, Master, Chunzong said. Immediately, Chunzong thought of something. Master, disciple has something to tell you. Chunzong said. Speak. The Marquis of Linshan said directly. Not long ago, disciple killed a few Silver Saber Castle disciples. 2 of them were on the violent saber list. Chunzong said truthfully. Guan Yunxi was stunned. The Marquis of Linshan and Yin Wei were also stunned. You're good, finding trouble for me. The Marquis of Linshan laughed, but his tone didn't have the slightest hint of blame. So what if you killed them? Yin Wei laughed. Always right. So what if you killed them? The Marquis of Linshan said domineeringly. Situ Zhan doesn't have the courage to find trouble with me because of the lives of a few disciples. Master, I don't think the Silver Saber Castle will give up so easily. In addition, the disciples of the Linshan courtyard might be involved. Chunzong felt that it was necessary to make things clear. No matter what, he had acknowledged the Marquis of Linshan as his master. The Marquis of Linshan had also expressed that he wanted to take over the grudge with the Silver Saber Castle. There was a connection between the disciple and the master, and mutual trust was a basic prerequisite. There are also disciples of the courtyard involved. The Marquis of Linshan's expression turned cold. I will order an investigation. How big is the connection? It should be quite big. Chunzong smiled embarrassedly. It's related to a peerless earth-level cultivation technique. Peerless earth level. Originally, the Marquis of Linshan didn't think much of it. After all, how big could the connection be between Qi refining realm martial artists? Hearing Chunzong's words, the Marquis of Linshan, Yin Wei, and Guan Yunxi were all shocked. Peerless earth-level cultivation technique. It was precisely the peerless earth-level cultivation technique that couldn't be found among all the forces in the Linshan County. Of course, in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty, there were still peerless earth-level cultivation techniques, but they belonged to the royal family. Guan Yuqi also came to a realization. No wonder Chunzong's inner strength was so powerful and domineering. It turned out that he cultivated a peerless earth-level cultivation technique. A trace of envy flashed across his eyes. A peerless earth-level cultivation technique. Which Qi refining realm martial artist could resist the temptation? It should be the chaotic yuan shattering force left behind by Martial King Huntian. Chunzong threw out another thunderbolt. Martial King Huntian. The Marquis of Linshan trembled in shock. Martial King Huntian was very famous. He was one of the top powerhouses in the Transcendent Realm. The cultivation technique he left behind was naturally more meaningful. Tell me what happened in detail. The Marquis of Linshan said in a deep voice. Other than not mentioning that he came from the Eastern Continent, Chunzong basically recounted what happened. Don't worry, leave this to me. The Marquis of Linshan said seriously and directly took over the matter. As for the peerless earth-level cultivation technique, you have to keep it a secret. Chunzong originally thought that the Marquis of Linshan would ask him for the cultivation technique. He didn't expect that the Marquis of Linshan would directly take over the matter. Master, why don't disciple give this cultivation technique to senior sister as a meeting gift? Chunzong said. A peerless earth-level cultivation technique might be very precious, but the meaning of a cultivation technique's existence was for people to cultivate. Of course, it also depended on who cultivated it. The Marquis of Linshan took over this grudge for him. Although it was because of their relationship as master and disciple, the kindness was real. Giving the cultivation technique to the Marquis of Linshan was equivalent to repaying the kindness in disguise. Guan Yunqi's eyes lit up. The Marquis of Linshan didn't say anything, but Yin Wei secretly nodded. He secretly thought that although Chenzong looked young, he did things wisely. He wasn't the kind of hothead who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know anything about the world. Unconsciously, he valued Chenzong a little more. Chapter 267. Fuer. The conflict between Yu and Chenzong has been written off. Vice Principal Zhao Qingshan said to the woman sitting in front of him in a strict tone, Chenzong has been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. You should know what that means. Zhao Yifu's face was ashen as she clenched her fists. Chenzong had actually been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. From then on, he had reached the heavens in one step. Regardless of status or identity, he was above her as a teacher. She had yet to vent her anger, but such a change had occurred. It was hard to accept. However, Zhao Yifu had no choice but to swallow her anger. She couldn't afford to offend the Marquis of Linshan. Her grandfather couldn't afford to offend him either. In contrast to Zhao Yifu's unwillingness, the disciples of Linshan Courtyard were shocked. This kid, Han Yunfei, who had brought Chenzong to Mountain View residence, was dumbfounded when he heard the news. He didn't know what to say. Brother Chun is really too powerful. Lin Ji was so excited that he was incoherent. Who was that? That was the #1 expert of Linshan Commandery, the Marquis of Linshan. Why wasn't it me? Some disciples cried out in sorrow. Why was it Chenzong who was accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan and not them? He was actually accepted as a disciple by the Marquis. Zhang Zhongling was dumbfounded and shocked. He felt that all his plans were so childish. However, he had no choice but to dispel the idea of continuing to target Chenzong. However, the Marquis of Linshan had already sent people to investigate. Zhang Zhongling would also be exposed and face the corresponding punishment. Who in the entire Linshan Commandery would dare to touch the Marquis's disciple? Even the people of Silver Saber Castle wouldn't dare. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks seemed so laughable. Good kid. Instructor Liu was first shocked when he heard the news. Then, he felt that it was only natural. After all, the more he interacted with Chenzong, the more outstanding he felt he was. In short, the entire Linshan Courtyard was in an uproar because of this news. Soon after, the news was blown out of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard and into Mountain Overlook City, causing many people in the city to be shocked. The Marquis actually accepted a disciple. Who is Chenzong? To think that the Marquis would take a fancy to him and take him in as a disciple. 1 month later, Master Ho is going to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony for Chenzong. It seems that Master Ho values this Chenzong very much. He was actually taken in as a disciple by the Marquis. The Zhuge men were in a daze. As the news spread, the Silver Saber Castle, the Proud Sword Villa, and other forces also received the news. Inside the Silver Saber Fort's main castle, the Fort Master Sidu Zhan and a group of elders were present. All of them had grave expressions. Jiang Baichun, Bai Zhenhong, and the other disciples all died under Chenzong's sword. We must avenge them. That's right. Not only must we take revenge, but we must also take back the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy. The 6th elder and the 7th elder said one after another, their faces full of killing intent and hatred. Who can withstand the wrath of the Marquis of Linshan? 3rd elder spoke slowly, causing everyone's faces to turn even uglier. Marquis Linshan. These 3 words, this identity, this person was like a mountain that pressed down on the heads of all the cultivators in the Linshan County. Especially for a master like Sidu Zhan, the feeling of oppression was even more obvious. Unless the Grand Elder takes action, no one in the Silver Saber Fort can compete with the Marquis of Linshan, 2nd elder said. The Grand Elder was the Silver Saber Fort's Grand Fort Master. He was also a pseudo-transcendent realm master, but he had left the Silver Saber Fort long ago to find an opportunity to break through to the transcendent realm. Therefore, not many people knew about the existence of a pseudo-transcendent realm master in the Silver Saber Fort. Do we have to admit defeat? Fourth Elder was very unwilling. Immediately, all the elders looked at Fort Master Situ-Jean. He was the true ruler of the Silver Saber Fort. Great Elder, what do you think? Situ-Jean asked. Chun-Zong was taken in as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the Marquis of Linshan. This is not wise, Great Elder said slowly after pondering for a moment, but the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy is very important. We must find a way to get it back. I have a plan, Great Elder continued. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't the Marquis of Linshan going to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony a month later? That's a good opportunity. Great Elder smiled faintly with a scheming look. Great Elder means to take action during the disciple recruitment ceremony. The Fort Master will come forward and make a bet with the Marquis of Linshan. Let the disciples on the Violent Saber list compete with the Marquis of Linshan's disciple, with the chaotic heaven origin breaching energy as the wager, Great Elder said with assurance. As for the revenge of the disciple, it can only be taken in the future when the time is right. Situ-Jean and the other elders all thought about it. Being able to kill Jiang Baichen means that Chun-Zong's battle prowess has reached the late stage of the 3-star realm, Second Elder said. Who should we send to defeat him? In a month, under the guidance of the Marquis of Linshan, Chun-Zong's battle prowess should have improved a little. To defeat him, to be on the safe side, we need to have at least the peak of the 3-star realm. Only the top 3 on the Violent Saber list can reach the peak of the 3-star realm. 4-star battle prowess was too difficult. In the entire Linshan commandery, only Shi Huanyue, who ranked first on the mountaineering list of Linshan Courtyard, could reach it. In that case, let's send Yang Tianzhao, Situ-Jean said. Yang Tianzhao, the number 1 on the Violent Saber list. All the elders nodded. Yang Tianzhao's battle prowess was at the peak of the 3-star realm, infinitely close to the 4-star realm. Furthermore, he was Situ-Jean's disciple. At the same time, the Lord of the Proud Sword Manor and the other elders also gathered together. However, there was no conflict between the Proud Sword Manor and Chun-Zong. The disciple recruitment ceremony is a good opportunity. Let Jian challenge Chun-Zong and defeat him to become famous in Linshan Commandery. Duan Aoming, the Lord of the Proud Sword Manor, said with a hearty laugh. With the young lord, Chun-Zong will definitely lose. An elder chuckled in agreement. The other elders also laughed. Obviously, they were very confident in Jian. Chun-Zong, how dare you kill my demonic wind hall's people? I'll let you know my power. Because of the news released by the Marquis of Linshan, the entire Linshan commandery was shaken. Chun-Zong was not aware of this. At this moment, he was sitting on the stone roof of the 89th floor of the mountaineering list. Although the Marquis of Linshan's main cultivation was not the sword, he had also practiced swordsmanship. He had a unique understanding of swordsmanship and taught it to Chun-Zong without any reservation. This gave Chun-Zong a lot of inspiration and deepened his understanding of swordsmanship. After that, the Marquis of Linshan gave Chun-Zong special privileges. He could practice all the martial arts and secret techniques in the martial arts pavilion at will. This was another surprise. For example, Chun-Zong could practice the burning blood combat technique, the 3 changes of revolving force, and the wind riding technique. Thirdly, the Marquis of Linshan taught Chun-Zong a very unique technique, the Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique. When he first heard this name, Chun-Zong was confused. He had no idea what technique it was, but after knowing its use, he was ecstatic. Wuzhen. Yes, the Little Lonely Mountain visualization technique was a technique for Wuzhen. The true martial Tao comprehending diagram that he had comprehended in the Eastern Continent's True Martial Alliance had given Chun-Zong a message. A true martial realm martial artist had to comprehend the truth. Without comprehending the truth, one could not be considered a true martial realm martial artist, or rather, an incomplete true martial realm. What exactly was Wuzhen? Shenzong did not know. He lacked sufficient information. How to Wuzhen? Shenzong did not know either. Now that he had obtained the little lonely mountain visualization technique, he finally understood. But at the same time, Shenzong had new doubts. According to his master, the Marquis of Linshan, there were very few martial artists who could Wuzhen even in the true martial realm. First, it was talent. The essence, energy, and spirit reaching perfection was the foundation of Wuzhen. It was a necessary condition. It was not easy to achieve. Many true martial realm martial artists had not even reached the unity of essence, energy, and spirit, let alone reaching perfection. Second, it was Wuzhen techniques. Any Wuzhen technique was incomparably precious. The majority of true martial realm martial artists could not obtain it. Now, Shenzong was trying to cultivate the little lonely mountain visualization technique. According to his master, Wuzhen techniques were divided into 3 levels: low level, mid-level, and high level. The higher the level of Wuzhen technique, the better the effect of Wuzhen, but the more precious it was. The little lonely mountain visualization technique was a low-level Wuzhen technique. It was not that the Marquis of Linshan did not want to give Shenzong a high-level Wuzhen technique, but he only had the little lonely mountain visualization technique. In fact, in the entire Cloud Dragon dynasty, only the royal family had a mid-level Wuzhen technique. It was 10 times more precious than a low-level Wuzhen technique. Using the body as a mountain, feel the heaven and earth. This was the first sentence of the little lonely mountain visualization technique. It was easy to understand. Using oneself as a mountain, imagine yourself as a lone mountain, and from there, feel the heaven and earth. Understanding was understandable, but doing it was very difficult. A person was a person, and a mountain was a mountain. How could one treat oneself as a mountain? The Marquis of Linshan also explained the difficulties of cultivating the little lonely mountain visualization technique to Shenzong. The first point was to visualize oneself as a lone mountain. The second point was to use the lone mountain to feel the heaven and earth. Only when both points were achieved could one truly achieve Wuzhen. Your essence, energy, and spirit have reached perfection. You can begin Wuzhen, but Wuzhen is very difficult. It might take you 3 to 5 years. This was what the Marquis of Linshan said to Shenzong. If you can achieve Wuzhen, your battle strength will increase by at least 1 star. This was also what the Marquis of Linshan said. Shenzong was very tempted. Wuzhen could increase one's battle strength by 1 star. What a terrifying increase. At the same time, it also showed the difficulty of Wuzhen. Using the body as a mountain, Shenzong removed all distracting thoughts and silently recited the little lonely mountain visualization technique's incantation again and again, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to become even more concentrated. Time slowly passed. Shenzong sat cross-legged quietly, motionless, as if he had turned into a statue. Gradually, the sun set in the west, and the setting sun shone on Shenzong's body. It was as if he had put on a golden-red gauze robe. When it shone on his face, it seemed as if there was a divine light. Suddenly, Shenzong opened his eyes. His deep eyes emitted a sharp brilliance that was as sharp as a sword, as if it was piercing through the setting sun that was shining in his face. It's actually so difficult. Shenzong sighed inwardly. He had spent more than half a day cultivating the little lonely mountain visualization technique, but he couldn't find a trace of it. Although Shenzong had mentally prepared himself, the difficulty was still too high. One must know that his cultivation had been smooth sailing all the way until now. Even if it was a peerless earth-level cultivation technique like the chaotic heaven origin breaking force, half a day was enough for Shenzong to comprehend many mysteries. However, there was no progress at all with the little lonely mountain visualization technique. Chapter 268. The entire Linshan commandery was in an uproar because of the news that the Marquis had accepted a disciple. One could imagine that the day of the disciple recruitment ceremony would be very lively. As time passed, the discussions did not stop because of this, but instead intensified. More and more people were talking about Chunzong, and many people in matters related to Chunzong even popped up. They made groundless accusations, but their words were reasonable and well-founded. The Luo clan was now very regretful. Through various sources, they could prove that Chunzong, who had been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, was the Chunzong who had once entered their clan. A person who could be accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan must be very outstanding and talented. In the end, they had driven him away. The clan head and elders were all dejected, but there was no medicine for regret. It was impossible to mend their relationship because the Luo clan was no different from an ant in front of the Marquis of Linshan. Young master, how's your cultivation of the Lonely Mountain visualization technique? Yanwei asked with a smile when he saw Chunzong enter the Mountain View residence. I don't have a clue. Chunzong could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He had been cultivating non-stop for 5 days without any progress. This had never happened since he had obtained the mysterious sword tip. Haha, don't worry. When I cultivated the Lonely Mountain visualization technique, it took me a full year to get the feeling, 3 years to get the beginner, and 5 years to comprehend the truth. Yanwei smiled, his words revealing the difficulty of cultivating and comprehending the Lonely Mountain visualization technique. Even if the Marquis is extraordinarily talented, it still took him more than 3 years to comprehend the truth. Chunzong nodded. Although he had not made any progress for 5 days and could not help but feel a little discouraged, he was not depressed at all. Instead, his fighting spirit and determination were stimulated. After meeting the Marquis of Linshan and asking for advice, Chunzong took his leave and returned to his residence to continue cultivating. In addition to the Lonely Mountain visualization technique, Chunzong did not give up on cultivating the chaotic origin-shattering force. Cultivation was the foundation of strength. Moreover, there was still the last layer of the chaotic origin-shattering force that had not been mastered. The cultivation of this sword was also a necessity. Many of the sword techniques recorded in the martial arts pavilion had become the target of Chunzong's comprehension. Different sword techniques had their own uniqueness. Comprehending them would slowly accumulate, allowing Chunzong's comprehension of sword techniques to become deeper and more comprehensive. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. With sufficient time and abundant resources from the Marquis of Linshan, Chunzong's cultivation once again welcomed a breakthrough. Late stage of 8th cycle of training force. His combat strength has increased a little, but I don't think he has reached the late stage of 3-star yet, Chunzong said to himself. Previously, Chunzong's cultivation had increased from early stage rank 8 to mid-stage rank 8, and his battle strength had broken through from the limit of 2-star to 3-star because his own battle strength was infinitely close to 3-star. At this rate, by the time the disciple recruitment ceremony starts, my cultivation should be able to reach rank 8 peak stage. Chunzong thought to himself, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The disciple recruitment ceremony was a show of importance to him. At the same time, it was also a form of deterrence. Other than being lively, it wouldn't be so peaceful. During this half a month, Xiao Gushan's visualization technique still didn't make any progress. Many people came to visit Chunzong and invited Chunzong to various gatherings. Their goal was to befriend Chunzong because Chunzong was accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan. However, Chunzong rejected most of the invitations as it was too much of a waste of time. Once again, he came to Guanshan residence and greeted the Marquis of Linshan while asking for advice. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Guan Yunxi. Junior brother, come out with me in the evening to attend a gathering. Guan Yunxi's way of doing things was similar to his father, Marquis of Linshan. He didn't beat around the bush or probe. Ever since Chunzong wrote down the chaotic heaven origin shattering force and gave it to Guan Yunxi's attitude slowly changed. After all, Zhao Yifu was a friend, and it wasn't wrong to stand up for a friend. However, Guan Yunqi knew who was right and who was wrong that day. If Chun Zong hadn't been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, he would have been taught a lesson. However, things were different now. After being accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, their relationship became that of martial sister. Speaking of which, they were closer than Zhao Yifu. In addition, Chun Zong's strength made Guan Yunqi realize that it would be more difficult to teach him a lesson. Moreover, the value of a peerless earth-level cultivation technique was immeasurable. Chun Zong was naturally happy that their enmity had been eliminated and they were now slightly closer to each other. However, although he was happy, he had his own principles. Therefore, Chun Zong directly rejected the invitation. It was too much of a waste of time to attend gatherings. Junior brother, this time's gathering is different. Guan Yunqi seemed to have expected this and spoke again. This gathering was started by a person with a very strong background. It will be beneficial for you to get to know him. What's his background? Chun Zong was curious. Yi Fifan, Guan Yunqi said with a serious expression. Chun Zong was confused. Yi Fifan. The name did sound imposing, but who was this person? There is a king in Chongshan State called King Chongshan. His surname is Yi. As soon as Guan Yunqi finished speaking, Chun Zong's expression changed slightly. Guan Yunqi spoke again. King Chongshan has a son and a daughter named Yi Fifan and Yi Feiying. The son of King Chongshan does have a strong background. Chun Zong could not help but nod. Yi Fifan has heard of your name and knows that you have been accepted as a disciple by my father. Therefore, he specially invited you to attend the gathering. Guan Yunqi said again. How strong is Yi Fifan? Chun Zong asked. This was the focus of Chun Zong's attention. As for power and status, they were all secondary. After all, even if one had great power, one would not be able to escape death if he offended an expert if he did not have enough strength. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was different from the Eastern Land. The Eastern Land was dominated by the Real Martial Arts Alliance and supported by many forces. The Cloud Dragon dynasty was a dynasty, a place where power and strength coexisted. In a sense, power was also a kind of strength. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Since he had left the Eastern Land and came to the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he had to follow some rules before he had enough strength to change them. However, he had not changed many of his ideas since he had only been here for a short time. Or perhaps he was not willing to change completely. However, as long as it was beneficial to him and his cultivation and would not harm his foundation, Chun Zong would not reject it directly. He was willing to try. On the road of martial arts, only with the spirit of exploration and adventure could one go further and more brilliantly. 4. Star. Battle. Strength. Guan Yunqi almost spat out the words word by word. His face was very solemn. Late stage. Late stage 4 star. Chun Zong was shocked. There was a mountaineer list in the Mountain View courtyard. The first one was called Shi Huanyue. It was said that his battle strength was at the beginning of the 4-star level. However, he was the only warrior in the Mountain View Commandery who was listed on the Jiao Dragon list. Those who had a battle strength of 1 star were considered ordinary warriors. Those who had a 2-star battle strength were considered geniuses. Those who had a 3-star battle strength were considered elite geniuses. However, they were still in the normal range. After all, to reach the peak of the 3-star battle strength, one would need to have a strong cultivation method and martial arts, as well as outstanding battle awareness and skills. However, the 4-star battle strength was a breakthrough and a leap. Only super geniuses could increase their battle strength to the 4-star level. Of course, some warriors relied on some treasures to achieve the 4-star battle strength. No matter which one it was, as long as one's battle strength reached the 4-star level, it was very impressive. There was a leap from the 3-star level to the 4-star level, just like the leap from the beginning to the middle of the strength training realm, and the leap from the middle to the late stage. The gap was very obvious. The battle strength of the late stage of the 4-star level was unimaginably powerful. Thinking of this, Chun Zong was even more curious and interested. He couldn't wait to fight with Yi Fifan. His blood was boiling. Chun Zong had decided to attend the banquet because of Yi Fifin's battle strength of the late stage of the 4-star level. Yi Fifin also has a position conferred by the dynasty. Guan Yunqi said again, as a nation knight, although he doesn't have political or military power, he can enjoy the corresponding treatment and resources. Nation knight. Shenzong was surprised again. Although he hadn't been here for long, he knew a lot. Nation knight. It was a kind of official position, but it was different from the official positions with real power, such as generals and nobles. It was more of a symbol of status and reputation, but it had very high requirements. Most warriors didn't have the qualification to become a nation knight. It could be said that those who could become a nation knight must be a giant among men. Yi Fifin's being a nation knight also indirectly proved this point. At the same time, being conferred as a nation knight meant being valued and protected by the dynasty. What do you think? Are you going or not? Guan Yunqi asked with a smile. She had known this junior fellow apprentice's temperament for a short period of time. Yes, Chunzong answered without hesitation. Besides you and me, sure Huan Yue will also go. Guan Yunqi threw out another person that Chunzong was interested in. Sure, Huan Yue. Chunzong had never seen the first place of the mountaineering ranking list. He had only heard of his name because this person had been staying at the first level of the mountaineering ranking list. A 4-star beginner. This person was also someone that Chunzong was very interested in. Besides, many people in the top 10 of the mountaineering ranking list will also go. Some of them might provoke you. Guan Yunqi said, so that Chunzong could be prepared. Some of them wanted to be my father's disciple, but they didn't succeed. Now that you're my father's disciple, many of them won't be convinced. Then I'll beat them until they are convinced. Chunzong smiled and answered in a very domineering way. Senior sister, I'll go back first. Remember, gather at the gate of the mountaineering residence at 6 o'clock in the evening. Guan Yunqi said. Chunzong nodded and strode out of the mountaineering residence. It was just past noon, and there were still a few hours before evening. Chunzong planned to go back and practice the Lonely Mountain visualization technique again to see if he could get the feeling. Soon, a few hours had passed. After eating a sumptuous dinner prepared by the maid, Chunzong walked out of the stone house with a red thunder sword and the ancient sword. He walked down the mountaineering ranking list and strode towards the gate of the mountaineering residence. 4-star combat strength. Nation Knight. Chapter 269. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated the west with a red hue. The golden characters reflected the afterglow of the red hue, giving off an indescribable glory. One after another, young elites came from afar, some fast, some slow, and some fast. They passed through the grand white jade door and entered the garden. The sun was setting in the west. Chunzong and Guan Yunqi walked in the afterglow of the setting sun. The first thing they saw was the white jade steel dozens of meters away. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, it seemed to be covered with a layer of red gauze. The white and red complemented each other, giving off an indescribable magnificence. On the 6-meter-tall, white jade steel, 3 golden characters were written from top to bottom. Splendid Garden. Splendid Garden was built 300 years ago and was led by 3 LV9 true martial realm martial artists. At first, it was a money-squandering establishment for high-end martial artists to enjoy themselves. However, those 3 martial artists were discovered by the Marquis of Linshan at that time and eliminated them in one fell swoop. Guan Yunqi spoke with confidence and assurance. Since then, Splendid Garden has been transformed into a gathering place for talented martial artists of the younger generation. However, only those with sufficient qualifications can apply to use Splendid Garden. Chunzong nodded. The so-called sufficient qualifications referred to status and strength. Ordinary martial artists did not have the qualifications at all. After passing through the white jade steel, there was an arched door made of white jade. On the 2 thick pillars, there were carvings of hundreds of beasts. The carvings were vivid and lifelike. The carvings wound around the pillars and reached a height of 10 meters. The arch part at the top was a hollow relief. It was magnificent and had a kind of atmosphere. Chunzong and Guan Yunshi walked through the white jade door side by side and entered Splendid Garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in front of them. The flowers were beautiful. It was as if they were walking in a sea of flowers. They walked along the road that was not smooth, but very comfortable. After 3 turns, octagonal pavilions appeared in front of them. At a glance, there were 19 octagonal pavilions in total. One of them was the center, and the other 18 surrounded it. The pavilion in the center was the largest, and the other 18 pavilions were only half the size. In each pavilion, there was a round, quaint stone table and 4 carved stone chairs. At this moment, some of the pavilions were occupied while others were empty. Junior brother, let's sit here. Guan Yunshi walked to an empty pavilion and sat down. Chunzong didn't mind and sat down as well. People kept walking over, either alone or in groups of 3 or 2. Yunshi, so you're here. As the voice rang out, Chunzong saw Wang Xiaolong walk into the pavilion and sit down beside Guan Yunshi. Wang Xiaolong immediately glanced at Chunzong, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. It was very complicated. Chun Shidi, Wang Xiaolong greeted him. Senior brother Wang. Chunzong returned the greeting. Senior brother and junior brother were only terms of address between the disciples of Overlook Mountain Courtyard. It had a different meaning than senior sister and junior brother. At that moment, Chunzong saw Guan Yunshi and Wang Xiaolong looking in the same direction. He also turned his head and saw a man in white slowly walking towards them. Coincidentally, a ray of moonlight fell on his body. It was as if he had just arrived, and he was as light as a fairy. Her long black hair hung down behind her back. Her skin was as flawless as white jade and ruddy as the moon. Her eyes were like the silhouettes of ripples, bright and moving. Chunzong saw a trace of extreme sharpness in the depths of her clear eyes. That was the sharpness of a sword. Sure, Huanyue, she really came. Wang Xiaolong's tone was low and dignified. Is she sure, Huanyue? Chunzong thought to himself. His eyes became more focused, and a trace of light flashed in the bottom of his eyes. It seemed that he was going to see through Sure Huanyue. For a moment, all eyes fell on Sure Huanyue. They were amazed, in awe, in love, and in possession of her. It was undeniable that Sure Huanyue was not only a super genius with the fighting strength of a 4-star early stage, but also a woman with an excellent appearance and figure. Such a woman would make people want to conquer her. As if she had noticed Chunzong's gaze, Sure Huanyue slightly moved her straight line of sight and looked over. There seemed to be the sound of swords being unsheathed. 2 rays of sword light pierced through the void and came straight at them. They were too fast to be dodged. Chunzong didn't think about dodging, and his sharp eyes met them head-on. Their eyes met, and the invisible sword light collided. There seemed to be the sound of swords clashing in the void, and countless sparks flying. Only Chunzong and Sure Huanyue felt this. The others didn't know. Only Guan Yunshi and Wang Xiaolong, who were sitting beside Chunzong, seemed to feel it. They only looked at each other for a moment, and then they looked away, but they left a deep impression on each other. Senior sister. Guan Yunshi and Wang Xiaolong stood up and greeted Sure Huanyue, who walked to the pavilion. Senior sister. Chunzong also stood up. I can sit here, right? Sure Huanyue's voice didn't sound weak at all. There seemed to be an indescribable sharpness in her heroic spirit. Senior sister, please sit down. Wang Xiaolong spoke first. Senior sister, please sit down. Guan Yunshi also said, seeming a little nervous. Chunzong, on the other hand, was calm. For a moment, many people looked over with surprise and jealousy. Sure Huanyue was sitting here. It should be known that Sure Huanyue, who had super talent, strength, and beauty, was the object of admiration of countless men. Who didn't want to get close to her? Even if they couldn't get close to her, it would be great to have close contact with her. Now, Sure Huanyue actually went to sit next to that guy. How lucky. But looking at that guy's expression, he didn't seem to be particularly surprised or excited, which made people jealous and secretly hate him. For a moment, Chunzong could feel the eyes from all directions shooting at him like arrows, as if they were going to pierce through him. However, Chunzong's expression didn't change at all. Of course, he knew why. It was like being shot while lying down. He could only sigh that sure Huanyue's charm was really great. Involuntarily, Chunzong turned his head and looked at Shi Huanyue more carefully. The more he looked at her, the more he felt she was interesting. Noticing Chunzong's gaze, Shi Huanyue also looked over. Chunzong smiled slightly and didn't feel embarrassed at all. Shi Huanyue was slightly stunned and also smiled slightly. Her smile was like melting ice and snow, like rolling clouds in the sky, with an indescribable charm, which made people jealous of Chunzong even more. That's Chunzong. Yes, he killed junior brother Jiang, junior brother Bai, and others. Here, although we can't kill him, we have to make him lose face. Among them, there were also disciples of the Silver Saber Castle. Is he the one that senior brother Jian is going to challenge? Yes. Haha. Let's see if he is qualified to be challenged by senior brother Jian. This was a disciple of the Proud Sword Villa. He was the son of King Chongshan, a national knight conferred by the dynasty, with a battle strength of the late 4-star level and a famous person on the Flood Dragon list, Yi Fifan. He came to Mountain Lin City and held a party. Everyone wanted to attend, but there were too few people who were qualified. Chunzong glanced at them. The people who came were all young, around the age of 20. However, they were all at the peak of the 9th refinement stage. Every one of them had at least the combat power of a 3-star beginner. This was a party for geniuses. Only real geniuses were qualified to attend. Gradually, every pavilion was filled with people. In different pavilions, people were talking in low voices. It was quite noisy when they mixed together. Suddenly, the noisy discussion quieted down. It was so quiet that even a needle falling to the ground could be heard clearly. Everyone looked at one place at the same time. There, 3 people were striding over. One of them was in the lead, and the other 2 walked slightly behind him on his left and right sides. However, the leader seemed to emit a strong light, like the morning sun, which shone together with the bright moon, completely overshadowing the other 2. National Knight Yi Fifan, someone said in a low voice, which seemed to wake everyone up. National Knight Yi. One by one, they walked out of the pavilions and saluted the newcomer. There was a rule in the dynasty that those who did not have an official position had to salute those who had an official position. No one was an exception. Of course, if a national knight was in the Qi refining realm, then the real martial arts realm did not need to salute. This was the effect of the absolute gap between cultivation and strength. After saluting, Chunzong looked at Yi Fifan carefully. Yi Fifan's name was amazing, but his appearance was ordinary. It can only be said that he was more good-looking than ordinary people. He could not be called handsome, but at a second glance, there was a strange feeling that he seemed to have a unique charm. He was like the bright moon in the sky, surrounded by stars, so bright and prominent. The charm formed by the contrast between his ordinary appearance and his unique temperament was even more eye-catching. With a smile on his face, Yi Fifan walked to the pavilion in the middle with a long sword at his waist. The 2 people behind him followed closely like guards. Everyone, please take a seat. Yi Fifan opened his mouth. His voice was gentle like spring water flowing into everyone's heart. You are all young talents of Linshan County. I feel honored to be able to attend the gathering of the National Knights. It is our honor to be able to attend National Knight Ye's gathering. Yes, many people dream of attending. Yi Fifan's words were full of flattery, and he flattered everyone. Together with his identity, it made everyone feel honored. People lived in the world for fame and fortune for face. Ordinary people were like that, and warriors were even more so. Even warriors who had experienced the hardships of the world also had their own face. Face and who was flattering were completely different. If Yi Fifan was just an ordinary person, some people might pay attention to him when he said something like that. Chunzong and the others did not say anything, and they all sat down. Let me introduce you. Yi Fifan opened his mouth again and pointed to a man who was about the same age to his left. This is Chiu Honglai. He is in the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm. He He is ranked 63rd on the powerful dragon ranking. Everyone was shocked, and they all looked at Qiu Honglie's face. Qiu Honglai smiled proudly. He was only in the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm, but he was ranked 83rd on the powerful dragon ranking. His battling power was at least at the peak of the 3-star level. If Qiu Honglai reached the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm, his battling power would be able to reach the 4-star level. Chapter 270. Amidst the compliments, the arrogant Qiu Honglai turned to look at Shenzong. His gaze was sharp, and a sharp light flickered in his eyes. Shenzong couldn't understand the inexplicable hostility in his eyes. "This is Yi Fian, my cousin." Yi Fian introduced the beautiful girl on the right. Her eyebrows were like a veil. Every frown and smile was as soft as smoke. Peak of the 9th transformation of the training realm, ranked 8th on the list of powerful dragons, ranked 92nd on the list of flood dragons. This time, it was even more obvious than when he introduced Qiu Honglai. The gasps were getting louder and louder. Shocked by Yi Fei Yan's appearance, shocked by Yi Fei Yan's identity, shocked by Yi Fei Yan's strength. Another super genius on the list of flood dragons. Didn't that mean Yi Fian had 4-star power? Sure, Huanyue's eyes looked through hundreds of meters and landed on Yi Fian's face. 92nd on the list of flood dragons. This ranking was very close to Shi Huanyue's because Shi Huanyue was ranked 91st. Their rankings on the list of flood dragons were close, but there wasn't much of a difference in power. At this time, maids wearing the same white gauze clothes walked in gracefully, carrying wine, fruits, snacks, and other delicacies from the left and right like spirit snakes. As the fragrance wafted past, all kinds of exquisite food appeared on the table. Shenzong could feel the fluctuation of qi and blood from each of the maids. Each of them was a warrior in the qi and blood realm. This was very unbelievable in the Eastern land. "Everyone, this is the 7-fragrance drunk I brought. Please try it," Yi Fian said. He poured himself a cup of water and gestured in the air. 7-fragrance drunk, surrounded by 7 fragrances. Just the smell alone is enough to make me unable to control myself. Look at the color. It's beautiful. Even if the wine Yi Fian brought was hard to drink, there would still be people who would praise it. However, the 7-fragrance drunk was soft and had a unique fragrance. There were 7 different tastes in the mouth. It was very unique. "You are all geniuses of Linshan County. It's my honor to meet you all. Please allow me to play a song to liven up the atmosphere." Yi Fian gently placed the guqin she had brought on the table in front of her. Her hands slowly lifted and fell, as light as a feather, as if she was plucking lotuses with her bare hands, making people involuntarily focus their eyes on her hands. Her hands were as white as jade, and her fingers were long and slender. This was a pair of beautiful hands. His hands landed lightly on the strings, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It glided past like a white cloud. Dong! It was clear, profound, melodious, and pleasing to the ear. It was like the first sound of spring water falling, and it directly entered one's heart. The gazes of everyone landed on Yi Fian as they listened attentively. The Yi Fian at this moment had an astonishing charm to her. The song was like the tinkling of a spring, like the trickling of a stream, and gradually like the surging of a long river. With endless waves, gradually, everyone's attention became more and more focused. They could feel their blood and qi circulating faster and faster, almost boiling. The music gradually turned from its initial calm to a resounding pitch. It was as if tens of thousands of horses were galloping, as if the heavenly wind was blowing, as if the clouds were surging. Their hearts were filled with lofty sentiments, and their fighting spirits surged. Martial artist blood and qi were exuberant. Martial artist gatherings were never about dancing or talking about trivial matters. Martial artist gatherings only had one theme: fight. Yi Fian's slender fingers plucked a string, and the last sound of the song was produced. It was like a powerful army, like the sound of swords clashing, melodious and resounding. A song that moved the wind and clouds. Yi Fian's song directly skipped the prelude and made everyone's blood boil. There was no need for more words, and there was no need for Yi Fian to say anything. Loud laughter sounded, and immediately after, a figure shot out from the pavilion. Like a flying bird, he landed on the open space of the pavilion. He looked around and said in a clear voice, "Let's not talk about anything else. Who will fight with me first?" Linshan Courtyard's 9th place, Chen Qingyan. Chen Qingyan, let me, Ling Yunji, have a taste of your skills. On the side of the proud sword manor, a disciple jumped up. After his palm slapped on the pillar of the pavilion, he instantly accelerated and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Before he landed on the ground, in midair his right hand touched his waist. A melodious sound of a sword entered the ear, accompanied by a sharp sword piercing through the air. That was a sword, a very fast sword, a sword that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Good. Chen Qingyun laughed heartily. He did not retreat, but instead advanced. He took a step forward, like a war horse charging forward. It was unknown when, but his long saber had been raised high, and he fiercely slashed down on Ling Yunji's sword. The saber light was blazing, splitting the night into two. But the sword suddenly changed. Like a snake, it brushed past the fierce saber light and continued to stab towards Chen Qingyan. The tip of the sword flickered, and countless sword lights fell like raindrops. It was impossible to tell whether they were real or fake. Chen Qingyan did not care, as if the sword lights were fake. His long saber chopped down without hesitation, with a trace of decisiveness. This saber seemed to be able to cut down all obstacles in front of it. It pressed forward with an astonishing momentum. This saber seemed to want to exchange a life for a life. Everyone squinted their eyes. Ling Yunji didn't expect Chen Qingyan to be so decisive, but he didn't dare. His body turned in midair, and his long sword followed. After dodging Chen Qingyan's slash, it was as if he had turned back, and another slash came. Junior brother Ling's cloud swallow threefold is getting more and more refined. In the pavilion of the Proud Sword Villa, a disciple praised with a smile. The timing of this cloud-piercing strike is very good. Another disciple of the Proud Sword Villa laughed. The mountain-facing courtyard had the mountaineering list, the Silver Saber Castle had the Violent Saber list, and the Proud Sword Villa had a similar list called the Proud Sword list. Ling Yunji was ranked 8th on the Proud Sword list. The master of the Proud Sword Villa practiced the sword, and every disciple on the Proud Sword list was proficient in sword skills. They were all sword masters, and their sword skills were superb. Chen Qingyun's saber skills were not to be outdone, and there was a kind of majestic vastness, saber light and sword shadows, and the moon was like a veil. In the blink of an eye, Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji had already exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was hard to tell who was better. Originally, their battle strength was almost the same. In this kind of battle where they did not use all their strength, it was not easy to tell who was better. After dozens of moves, Chen Qingyun suddenly withdrew his saber and retreated. It was very enjoyable. Let's end it as a draw. What do you think? Chen Qingyun laughed. Then it's a draw. Although Ling Yunji wanted to defeat Chen Qingyun, he knew that it would be difficult. Chen Qingyun's saber skills and strength were indeed admirable. This battle was just the beginning. It was like throwing a brick to attract jade. When Chen Qingyun and Ling Yunji returned to their seats, someone immediately stood up and walked out like a horse trampling over mountains and rivers. He was clad in armor and had a long spear. His fighting spirit was soaring, and his eyes were sharp and overbearing, sweeping across. I, Zhou Longdao, am here. Who will fight with me? Zhou Longdao, who was ranked 7th on the mountaineering list of the mountain-facing courtyard. Zhou Longdao, don't be too arrogant. I will fight with you. Jiang Zhonghao, who was ranked 7th on the Mad Saber list, snorted coldly. 3 months ago, Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had a conflict. In the end, Jiang Zhonghao was injured by Zhou Longdao. Now, he's going to fight back. Wang Xiaolong laughed. Different from the friendly sparring between Qin Qinyun and Ling Yunji, Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had a conflict. Before they even started fighting, the atmosphere was tense, and there seemed to be traces of murderous intent in the air. The long saber was unsheathed, and the saber light was bright. The moonlight was reflected on it, and it flowed like cold water being blown by the wind. Zhou Longdao waved his long spear, and the wind from the spear whistled like a dragon soaring into the sky. Chop! Jiang Zhonghao leaped and raised his long saber. It was as if he was chopping down from the moon. The saber light was like a waterfall falling from the sky. The saber pressure was like an invisible mountain pressing down. Zhou Longdao raised his head, and his long spear pierced through the air like a dragon coming out of the abyss. Break! An earth-shattering roar was heard. The light was so bright that it seemed to cover the moon in the sky. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing was like a demon's voice, piercing through metal and splitting stone. Jiang Zhonghao landed on the ground with the long saber in his hand. His saber art was continuous, and countless saber lights connected into one. It was like a torrential rain, and also like a meteorite falling down, swift and fierce. Its power was like fire, and its invasion was endless. Zhou Longdao's feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. With the long spear in his hand, he pierced, pointed, collapsed, shook, and spun. He displayed his attainments in the spear art incisively and vividly. Every spear attack was a combination of strength and speed. It was similar to Jiang Zhonghao's saber art, but it seemed to be more tyrannical. In just a few breaths' time, both sides had already attacked dozens of times. Every time, their goal was to injure and defeat the other. Jiang Zhonghao wanted revenge. He wanted revenge for being stabbed by Zhou Longdao. That injury required him to rest for half a month before it healed. Fortunately, after the injury healed, his strength improved, and he had the ability to challenge Zhou Longdao. Only then could he take revenge for being stabbed by Zhou Longdao. The saber and the saber connected. Jiang Zhonghao's silver saber energy surged like a tide, and there was a sharp silver luster flickering around his body. On the long saber, the silver light was like a river flowing endlessly. No matter how Jiang Zhonghao attacked, Zhou Longdao appeared to be very calm. His feet stepped on the ground as if he was one with the earth. No matter how fierce the storm was, it couldn't shake him in the slightest. With the spear in his hand, it was like an iron chain that could block any attack. Jiang Zhonghao's saber was like countless soldiers, crazily charging forward. Zhou Longdao was like a war general, holding his spear and riding on a horse. He could resist thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers, blocking outside the pass. The battle between the two was more exciting than the battle between Qin Qinyun and Ling Yunji. After all, Qin Qinyun and Ling Yunji still held back in their battle. However, in the battle between Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao, except for the secret technique, everything else was used. Chun Zong stared at them without blinking and put himself in their shoes. No matter if it was Jiang Zhonghao or Zhou Longdao, the two's battle strength was as high as the peak of the 3-star level. They had rich battle experience and great battle skills. Zhou Longdao, I must kill you. Jiang Zhonghao's tone was filled with anger. Immediately, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes. He roared out, and the aura on his body rose. True, secret. All right, such a beautiful night is not suitable for bloodshed. The gentle voice was like a spring breeze, containing a trace of calming charm. It interrupted Jiang Zhonghao's true, secret, frenzied blade secret technique. Yi Fifan spoke. Senior brother, Yi has spoken. Are you going to go against him? Xiao Honglia's voice was cold. Chapter 271. The battle between Jiang Zhonghao and Zhou Longdao had ended, but no one immediately challenged Jiang Zhonghao. Everyone, this gathering is for learning from each other, not revenge. It's not suitable for bloodshed. I hope you can give us some face, Yi Fifan said with a smile. Country scholar Yi is right. That's right. It's rare to have a gathering. It's not suitable for bloodshed. Immediately, someone chimed in. We've passed by Longshan County, Yuanshan County, and other counties. We've met many geniuses along the way. However, no one at the same level of cultivation can match me. Xiu Honglai spoke with an arrogant tone. His sharp and proud gaze swept across the crowd, as if he was looking for someone who could rival him. I wonder if there is anyone among the geniuses of mountain overlooking commandery who can do it. Compared to Yi Fifan, Xiu Honglai was arrogant and left no good impression. However, Yi Fifan and Yi Fian did not say anything. Yi Fifan had introduced Xiu Honglai before that his cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm. This same level of cultivation that Xiu Honglai mentioned was naturally referring to the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm. It was rare to see someone at the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm possess the combat strength of a peak 3-star. Anyone who had reached the peak of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm had at least a 70% chance of possessing a 4-star combat strength. Being able to travel with Yi Fifan meant that Xiu Honglai's family background was not ordinary. It was not difficult for him to raise his combat strength to 4-star. No one said anything. After all, most of the people present did not possess the combat strength of a peak 3-star when they were at the early stage of the 9th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Is there no one in Linshan County who dares to compete with me? Xiu Honglai glanced at the crowd as if he was looking down on the world. It's okay. I don't limit my cultivation. Anyone can fight with me. Guyu from the Proud Sword Manor. Please enlighten me. In a pavilion in the Proud Sword Manor, a young-looking man stood up. Guyu, ranked 7th on the Proud Sword list. He was ranked above Ling Yunji, but he was younger than Ling Yunji. The delicate and pretty man with a baby face was Guyu. He walked out of the pavilion quietly, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the empty space in the middle. Late stage of the 9th cycle of training realm. His cultivation is higher than mine, which means that his talent is not as good as mine. However, he has the courage to stand out. Not bad, Xiu Honglai commented as if he was a senior, causing many people to frown. Xiu Honglai stood up and walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. He still had a proud smile on his face. He came from the Great Mountain Prefecture. He thinks he's better than others, Wang Xiaolong said in a low voice, feeling a little unhappy. The rich look down on the poor, and people from big places look down on people from small places. Guyu's brows furrowed slightly, but they soon relaxed. He pulled out his sword and placed it in front of him, as if he was lighting up an incense stick. This was the starting stance of incense in the sky. It was neutral and peaceful, and many people who practiced swordsmanship knew it. It was a very common sword move, but when it was performed by Guyu, it gave off a very unique feeling. Shenzong's eyes lit up. The layman enjoyed the show, while the expert appreciated the skill. Shenzong had great attainments in swordsmanship. He could tell at a glance that Guyu's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Step by step, Xiu Honglai walked to the front of Guyu. They were 10 meters apart. He squinted his eyes slightly, and his sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Guyu. Make your move, Xiu Honglai said directly without drawing his sword. Take this. Guyu was not angry. He groaned and shook his wrist slightly. The sword trembled slightly and went straight to the middle. The sword seemed to be cutting and stabbing at the same time. It immediately showed his high attainments in swordsmanship. Not bad. Xiu Honglai nodded and commented again. He still did not draw his sword, but took a step to the side to avoid Guyu's sword. Guyu changed his move to a flat cut, which was dodged by Xiu Honglai again. He could not hit Xiu Honglai after 3 changes in a row, nor could he make Xiu Honglai draw his sword. Guyu's cheeks flushed as he was criticized one after another. Show me what you've got, or else the consequences will be ugly, Xiu Honglai said coldly. Guyu took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. He entered the state of mind, body, and spirit, and mobilized all his strength. He drew his sword. The sword was like a stream of light. It was extremely fast. In a flash, It crossed a few meters and stabbed toward Xiao Honglai. Xiao Honglai's pupils contracted. It was difficult to dodge, so he had to draw his sword this time. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword light was like a thunder breaking through the sky. It was mighty, and the wind was roaring. It brought about an amazing sword pressure and blocked Gu Yu's sword. However, that was only the first strike. The second strike, the third strike, the fourth strike, one strike after another. Each strike was like a stream of light piercing through the sky. It turned into a straight trajectory and stabbed toward Xiao Honglai. Brother Gu's flowing light swordsmanship has improved a little, a disciple of Aojian Villa said. Ling Yunji looked serious. He originally planned to challenge Gu Yu, defeat him, and replace him in the ranking. However, after seeing Gu Yu's flowing light swordsmanship, he knew that it would be difficult. Moreover, Gu Yu's cultivation was at the late stage of the 9th transformation of the force refining state, but his combat power was at the same level as Ling Yunji's. It was impossible for him to surpass Gu Yu unless he had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Gu Yu's sword was endless, but Xiao Honglai completely blocked it. His feet did not move at all. After about a dozen strikes, Xiao Honglai seemed to have adapted to Gu Yu's rhythm. He seized the opportunity and raised his sword. Then he shook it and slashed it down. Finally, he stabbed it. The instantaneous sword technique of the flowing light swordsmanship immediately blocked Gu Yu's sword technique. The sword light was like a thunderbolt, but it was also like a dragon. It roared and blasted out. So strong. Gu Yu's expression changed. He immediately retreated. His body was like a stream of light, and he drew his sword at the same time. The combat power of both of them had reached the peak of the 3-star level. Their control of their inner force had also reached an extremely high level. They could condense their inner force on their weapons without dissipating and causing a meaningless waste. After his sword was blocked, Xiao Honglai took a step forward. He was like a big ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. He carried an indescribable aura, as if he was going to crush all obstacles. The sword was the sharp protrusion at the front of the big ship. It was like an awl that could pierce through everything. Before the sword arrived, Gu Yu felt a terrible pressure invading his body. It was as if all the bones in his body were going to be crushed. The air behind him was compressed, forming a vacuum. The moonlight was slightly distorted. A gully appeared on the ground. It was as if there was a 100-meter wave under the sword that was going to be penetrated and crushed. Shenzong suddenly widened his eyes. He was surprised by the pressure brought by the sword. It was very strong. How could Gu Yu resist it? With a solemn expression, Gu Yu held the sword with both hands. First, he held it vertically in front of him like an incense stick. Then he raised it high. When he raised the sword, his movements seemed to be very slow. It was as if the sword had become hundreds of thousands of kilograms heavy. Traces of silver inner force flowed through his hands into the sword and flowed on the blade. Mountain, slash. Every word came out of Gu Yu's mouth with an imposing aura. When the word slash was heard, it was like a thunderclap. When it fell, the sword also slashed down. Boom! It was like thunder rolling, like a tsunami, like a mountain collapsing. This sword brought about a mirage that was like a mountain. Soon after, the mountain collapsed and erupted with a terrifying power. Countless cracks appeared on the ground below. When the two swords collided, the terrible power vibrated and bounced up. The light was as bright as the sun, overshadowing the brilliance of the moon. Layers of ripples spread out. The impact of the power blasted a hole in the ground. There were countless cracks on the edge of the hole, and dust was flying. You have the ability to block my attack. Xiao Honglai's voice was heard again. His body did not move. His feet stood firmly on the ground, but the ground under his feet cracked. On the other hand, Gu Yu retreated more than 10 meters. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. The edge of the footprint was broken. It was caused by the power he could not control. His face was pale, and his hands were numb. His inner strength was fluctuating, and his blood was boiling. Take this. Giant shark breaks the wave. Xiao Honglai took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. An even more terrible aura erupted. The sword was shining brightly, and his inner strength was surging. The surroundings seemed to have turned into seawater. A huge and ferocious shark broke out of the sea and rushed toward Guyu. Junior brother Gu, be careful. The people of Aojian Villa were shocked and shouted. Guyu forcibly mobilized his inner strength and condensed it in his sword. He performed the mountain slash again. When the two swords collided, they were smashed by the giant shark. Xiaohonglia's body paused and stayed in the same place. The terrible pressure was like a sword that kept rushing forward, sweeping up a few meters of airwaves. Guyu was sent flying backward. You are no match for me. Xiaohongli shook his head. Guyu was not injured, but his hands were numb and his arms were sore. He had consumed a lot of his inner strength. Guyu cupped his hands and returned to the pavilion without saying a word. They were both 3-star peak, but there was still a gap between them. Of course, the gap between Guyu and Xiaohongli was not as big as it seemed. However, a victory was a victory and a defeat was a defeat. There were no excuses. Xiaohongli did not challenge Guyu for the second time. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not dare to. He had used up a lot of his inner strength after performing his ultimate skill twice in a row. He was not in his best condition. If he provoked a strong opponent, he was afraid that he would fail miserably. Xiaohongli came from Chongshan State. He was talented and looked down on the geniuses from other counties. He could not accept his defeat. After a while, the crowd recovered from the battle between Xiaohongli and Guyu. Their eyes shone brightly as they scanned the crowd, looking for a worthy opponent. Chen Zong, Chen Shidi, you must be extraordinary to be accepted as a disciple by the Marquis. Do you dare to fight with me? Wei Xiaohan said in a rough voice. Wei Xiaohan was also a disciple of Mountain Overlook Courtyard. He was ranked 10th on the mountaineering list and was also the son of a general under the Marquis of Mountain Overlook. He wanted to be the disciple of the Marquis of Mountain Overlook, but was rejected. Therefore, Wei Xiaohan was not convinced and wanted to defeat Qinzong. Senior brother Wei, please. Qinzong would not back down when he was challenged. Your cultivation is at the middle stage of rank 8 and your combat strength is at the beginning stage of 3-star. I will not bully you. I will defeat you with my 3-star combat strength. Wei Xiaohan said, middle stage of rank 8 and 3-star combat strength. Although they had heard about it, hearing it with their own ears was another thing. It was quite shocking. Chapter 272. These twin hammers are called Qianjun hammers, each weighing 500 pounds. Wei Xiaohan said as he waved the hammers in his hands. The hammers in Wei Xiaohan's hands were 1 meter long and octagonal in shape. They were larger than a human head and were bronze in color. The tip of the hammers was as sharp as the tip of a spear. A pair of hammers weighed 500 pounds in total. The Qianjun hammers lived up to their name. Wei Xiaohan was born with divine strength, and the limit of his physique was 2,000 gene per arm. He had also cultivated the secret technique of Mountain Overlook Courtyard Tiger Strength Body, which further increased the limit of his physique, reaching the astonishing level of 2,000 gene per arm. Red Thunder. Qinzong crossed his hands and pulled out 2 swords. The cross-shaped sword flashed in the air and said, Ancient Watchtower. Twin swords. Everyone was surprised to see Qinzong pull out 2 swords at the same time. Originally, when they saw that Qinzong had a sword on each side of his waist, they did not pay too much attention to it. This was because there were other cultivators who had 3 swords on their backs, but this was not a big deal. It could only be said that different swords used different sword techniques to create miraculous effects, or perhaps there were other special reasons. Sensationalist. Xiaohongli snorted. His undisguised voice was heard by everyone. Qinzong did not seem to hear him and ignored him. Do you think you can control 2 swords? Qinzong did not respond. Xiaohongli added another sentence, but Qinzong still ignored him. Xiaohongli was annoyed. Take my hammer first. His voice was like thunder. The hammer smashed through the air like a meteorite falling from the sky. It was violent and ferocious, shattering the earth. This was just a normal hammer strike, but with Wei Zhao's Qianjun force, which was at the peak of the 9 transformation realm, and 2,000 pounds of strength, the power of the Qianjun hammer, which weighed 500 pounds, was extremely terrifying. Even a 2-star warrior would not be able to withstand it. The ancient watchtower shook and lifted from the bottom to the top. Stupid, Qiu Honglai sneered. Arrogant. The Silver Blade Castle also sneered. At first glance, one could tell that Wei Xiaohan was the kind of martial artist who was best at fighting force with force. However, Chun Zong did not seem to be that kind of martial artist. Moreover, his sword was light and graceful. Fighting force with a heavy weapon was completely unwise. Many people were disappointed. They did not know why such an unwise person was chosen by the Marquis of Linshan and accepted as a disciple. Was there some inside story? Chun Zong did not know that his actions had caused so many people to make wild guesses. The sword and hammer collided, and a cold light burst forth, turning into ripples that swept out in all directions. What was surprising was that Chun Zong's sword did not move at all, but Wei Xiaohan's 1,000-catty hammer was bounced back. Wei Xiaohan felt a tyrannical force that almost made the 1,000-catty hammer fly out of his hand. He quickly tightened his grip. Your strength. Wei Xiaohan was surprised. One had to know that he was born with great strength. Coupled with the tiger strength body secret technique, he had obtained his current strength. The price was a strong physique. On the other hand, Chun Zong only had a very ordinary physique. He even looked a little thin, but he actually had such great strength. Wei Xiao was certain that Chun Zong's strength was not the slightest bit inferior to his. Now I can use my full strength, Wei Xiaohan thought to himself. He was very excited. He swung the hammers and immediately launched a real attack. Like a violent wind, the whistling sound was endless. Dust and debris rolled up like a tide. Using the Qianjun hammer technique, Wei Xiaohan's peak 3-star combat power was fully displayed. The Qianjun hammer, as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and the hammer technique were used. It was like the ability to break through 1,000 armies. The surrounding wind whistled and whirled, attacking Chun Zong from all directions. It formed a pressure that made it difficult for Chun Zong to move left and right. He could only face Wei Xiaohan's Qianjun hammer attack head-on. This was the secret of the Qianjun hammer technique. The wind was like a physical entity, circling around the area, constantly pressing down on Chun Zong, giving him a certain amount of pressure. Chun Zong's expression didn't change as he followed the wind's trajectory, moving around swiftly as if he was riding the wind. Avoiding Wei Xiaohan's hammers, the 2 swords pierced through the air. The red thunder sword tore through the sky like lightning. It was the thunder sword technique. The ancient sword technique was like a mountain. It was also an earth-level sword technique, Black Mountain Sword. The sword was like an ancient Black Mountain. It was powerful and overbearing. Under the ancient sword technique, its power seemed to be increased. Late stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. As soon as Chun Zong showed his true strength, the fluctuation of his inner strength was felt by others. Junior brother's cultivation has increased so quickly. Guan Yunqi was surprised. Half a month ago, Chun Zong's cultivation was still in the middle stage of the 8th transformation of the Qi refining realm. Now, he had reached the late stage. He can control 2 swords. This was the point that made everyone even more surprised. Controlling 2 swords and using 2 swords were 2 different concepts. One referred to being able to use 2 swords at the same time to perform different sword moves or even sword techniques. When combined, it was like 2 people with incomparable tacit understanding working together, and the power was even more powerful. The latter referred to simply using 2 swords. There was not much difference between using 1 sword and using 2 swords. It was just a habit or to complement some more special martial arts. Yi Fifan and Yi Fian were both surprised. There were very few people who could control 2 swords. It was said that it required an amazing spiritual will and the ability to do 2 things at once. Qiu Honglie's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of anger. especially when some of the gazes swept over him. Xiao Honglai felt that they were full of ridicule, as if they were mocking him for what he had just said. He grabbed his neck and used his calloused, thick and black palms to slap him hard. His cheeks were burning and seemed to be red and swollen. Thunderous sword aura. Mountain-shattering sword aura. Two very different but very powerful sword auras shot out. Chunzong's figure retreated and advanced, and the two swords crossed and chopped down. Space-splitting cross slash. The domineering cross sword aura, as if it could cut through mountains and break the sky, viciously attacked Wei Xiaohan. 1,000-kilogram rend. The veins on Wei Xiaohan's forehead bulged. The two hammers were like a whirlwind, and the hammerhead shone with a simple and thick luster, fiercely smashed down. The two hammers seemed to be able to break the earth and defeat thousands of soldiers. Flying dragon sword. Dazzling sword shadow. Skylight breaking clouds. Wind chasing 18 swords. The two swords launched a violent attack, and each time he used a different sword art. It could be fierce, violent, sharp, or tricky. Different sword techniques had different styles. Two cultivators with the same combat strength but different martial arts will be able to distinguish who was better. This might be due to the principle of martial arts restraining each other. Just like between water and fire, water could extinguish fire, and fire could also evaporate water. The 1,000-kilogram hammer art was a fierce and violent martial art, and its power was violent and fierce. Every hammer was the interpretation of power. If it was used to its heart's content, the power would become more and more powerful, and the momentum would be amazing. In the end, it would defeat the enemy. But Wei Xiaohan now had a feeling that his hands and feet were tied. He couldn't completely use his power, and this feeling of being unable to use his hands and feet freely was very uncomfortable. He could only endure it, because Chunzong's sword arts had many styles and changed too quickly. In one breath, it was a fierce sword, and in the next breath, it became a gentle sword. The change in power gradually made Wei Xiaohan feel that he couldn't keep up. He could only wave the two hammers, firmly protect himself, and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. How can he know so many sword arts? The disciples of the Proud Sword Villa opened their eyes wide. If their eyes weren't blurred, they could judge that Chunzong had used more than 20 sword arts, and each of them had reached the perfection realm, and even the hyperfocus realm. Cultivating many sword techniques was nothing to the disciples of the Proud Sword Villa. Some of them were able to do so. However, cultivating more than 20 sword techniques to the perfection stage, or even a nuance stage, was very inconceivable. It was known that to practice an Earth Realm sword art to the perfection realm required time. No matter how talented one was, it would take at least a month, and then to practice it to the perfection realm required time. According to the calculation of 2 months for one sword art, it would take 4 to 5 years to practice more than 20 sword arts. This was the ideal speed in theory. But in reality, almost no one was willing to spend so much time to practice so many sword arts. For most warriors, mastering 1 or 2 or 3 martial arts was enough. Not only the disciples of the Proud Sword Villa, but the disciples of the Silver Saber Castle and the Mountain Overlook Courtyard were also surprised. Sure, Huanyue's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of curiosity, while Guan Yunshi was shocked. He didn't expect his junior brother to practice so many sword arts. Xiao Honglie's face became more and more ugly, because the more outstanding Chunzong's performance was, the more unhappy he was. Yi Fifan and Yi Fian were also inevitably surprised. This was because Chunzong had already performed as many as 30 sword techniques. Twining silk sword. As the two swords trembled, they seemed to lose all their hardness and became incomparably flexible. They were like the toughest and sharpest threads as they circled around. The sword light was like gossamer, flickering rapidly in the surroundings. Under the entanglement, Wei Zhao's 1,000-caddy hammer seemed to be bound by an invisible rope, becoming heavier and heavier and harder to swing. Burst, burst, burst. The invisible silk thread was broken again and again, but it was entangled again and again. Twining silk sword. This was only an Earth realm upper-class sword art, and Qinzong had practiced it to the perfection realm. It had a certain restraining effect on fierce martial arts. His whole body was surrounded by the silk-like sword light, endless. "Break, break, break!" Wei Xiao shouted 3 times in a row, and his inner strength gushed out. He broke the gossamer sword light with his hammers again and again, drawing Shadow Sword. The sword was like a pen, and the air was like paper. The pen seemed to forget to touch the ink, and there was no trace, but the sword was already there. In a hurry, Wei Xiao raised his hammers to resist. The tip of the sword was light, but it burst out with amazing power. Immediately, Qinzong's body jumped into the air and fell straight down. Cross-drop attack. He looked up, but he couldn't see anyone. He could only see a dazzling cross sword light, as if it was falling from the sky. Behind it, there was a bright white moon, shining faintly and dazzling, which made Wei Xiao lose his mind for a moment. Chapter 273. Wei Xiaohan was very depressed. He clearly felt that his battle prowess was superior to Qinzong's, but in the end, he was defeated by Qinzong's brilliant and ever-changing swordsmanship. A defeat was a defeat, and there was no excuse for it. "Thank you." Qinzong clasped his fist. Defeating Wei Xiaohan was not easy. Using more than 30 sword techniques, he completely disrupted Wei Xiaohan's rhythm and brought him into his own rhythm. The ingenious use of the silk sword and the final cross-drop strike was like a stroke of genius, but it consumed half of his inner strength. "Qinzong, you killed the disciples of the Silver Blade Castle several times. Today, I will seek justice for my dead junior brother." Someone from the Silver Blade Castle stood up and pointed his blade at Qinzong. "But today, I will not kill you in front of Scholar Yi. I will only teach you a lesson. Shameless bastard, fight me if you dare." Guan Yunqi was angry. Qinzong had just fought, and everyone could see that he had used up a lot of energy. Fighting him now was taking advantage of him. The disciples of the proud sword manor and the mountain overlooking courtyard looked at Qinzong with disdain. Everyone present was a genius, and they all had their own pride. They would not do something like taking advantage of others. Qinzong and the Silver Blade Castle have a blood feud. He is lucky that I did not kill him on the spot. The disciple of the Silver Blade Castle did not feel despised at all. Instead, he sneered and walked forward step by step. His aura was like an invisible blade that locked onto Qinzong. "Qinzong, you are at the peak of the 3-star level, and so am I. Do you dare to fight with me? If not, you will kneel down and apologize to us in front of everyone." The disciple of the Silver Blade Castle pressed on. Guan Yunqi appeared beside Qinzong with a fragrant wind. "Junior brother, let me deal with him," Guan Yunqi said. "Junior sister Guan, leave him to me." A hearty voice sounded, and a shadow flashed under the moonlight. A man in a moon-white robe had a smile on his face. "Xia Zun Xing, this has nothing to do with you." The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle frowned. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes as he spoke coldly. Xia Zun Xing, a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Courtyard, ranked 5th on the Mountaineering Roll. He was also ranked on the Young Dragon Roll and the Mighty Dragon Roll. "Senior sister, senior brother Xia, let me deal with him," Qinzong said. "Be careful." Guan Yunqi could hear the determination in Qinzong's calm tone. Returning to the pavilion, Xia Zunxing ignored Qinzong. He was here for Guan Yunqi. In just a short while, he had recovered quite a bit of his inner strength that he had used up. "Good, you have some guts." The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle sneered. His long saber pierced through the air and slashed toward Qinzong fiercely. The saber light was bright and sharp. It cut through the night sky as if it was going to cut Qinzong in half. In an instant, Qinzong had bypassed his opponent's blade and appeared at his side. His ancient imperial sword was like a mountain that struck down. The feeling of watching from the sidelines and fighting in person was completely different. Qinzong also knew that his inner strength had not fully recovered. It was only about 70% of its peak state. It was not suitable for a long battle. As soon as he made his move, he attacked like a storm. Different sword techniques were used alternately. Although he knew that Chunzong was proficient in many sword techniques and was mentally prepared, he realized that he could not keep up with the rhythm in a real battle. But this person's saber technique was superb. With a saber in hand, no matter how Chunzong changed his sword techniques, he always defended with his silver saber. Fight, fight, fight. Saber light and sword shadow. The saber pressure filled the air, and the sword chi was everywhere. Cracks appeared on the ground as a result of the impact. Compared to Wei Xiao, the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle was stronger. He seized the opportunity and immediately launched a counterattack. Silver Saber, splitting mountain, shocking dust steps. Chunzong quickly retreated and rushed forward again. His long sword was like an arrow leaving the bow. The long saber whistled like a whirlwind. The saber light raged like a storm that crushed everything. Chunzong changed his sword technique again. Cloud and mist sword technique. The two swords seemed to disappear into the air and turned into clouds. When the wind blew, the clouds seemed to disperse, but they were bound by an invisible force. It was hard to distinguish what was real and what was not. Chunzong's figure disappeared as if he had merged into the clouds. The clouds and mist covered the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle. They could not see him clearly and could not touch him. Only the continuous sound like raindrops hitting on iron plates could be heard. He can cultivate the cloud and mist sword technique to such a level in such a short time. Lin Mingxian was surprised. He was a disciple of the Mountain Overlook Yard and ranked 4th on the mountaineering list. He majored in the cloud and mist sword technique and had already reached the tittle realm. Now he saw that Chunzong's cloud and mist sword technique had reached the consummate realm and was only a step away from the tittle realm. He could not help but be surprised. The cloud and mist sword technique belonged to the Mountain Overlook Yard and did not spread outside. Chunzong could only master it after he entered the Mountain Overlook Yard. Suddenly, in the clouds and mist, 2 dazzling rays of light seemed to be able to cut through everything. Gold-cutting jade breaking sword technique. This was the ultimate move of an incomplete earth-level sword technique. It was extremely sharp. Silver saber parting the sea, rolling thunder 9 strikes. The saber and sword clashed. Chunzong held the ancient sword in front of him and blocked the opponent's saber. The red thunder sword broke through the sky and struck 9 times in an instant, forcing the Silver Saber Castle disciple to retreat. Flying dragon sword. The sword soared into the sky like a flying dragon. As the Silver Saber Castle disciple retreated, he hurriedly waved his saber to block, but he was knocked back again. Once, twice, thrice. Chunzong seized the opportunity and did not give the opponent any time to recover. Not long after, the Silver Saber Castle disciple retreated to the pavilion with a pale face. Behind him was the pillar of the pavilion. There was no way out. They wanted to teach Chunzong a lesson, but they failed. Instead, they were suppressed, especially when Chunzong had just fought a battle and had used up a lot of his energy. The Silver Saber Castle disciples did not look good either. Chunzong stood in front of the Silver Saber Castle disciples' pavilion. He glanced at them and asked loudly, "Is there anyone else from the Silver Saber Castle who wants to fight with me?" Although he had less than 30% of his internal strength left, he was not afraid at all. After winning 2 battles in a row, Chunzong's momentum had reached its peak. The combat power he could display was also 1 or 2 times stronger than usual. Chunzong asked, but no one from the Silver Saber Castle responded. Indeed, as long as they were willing to fight, they could definitely defeat Chunzong. However, they would not be able to regain their face. Chunzong had used up a lot of his energy. He had already lost face once, so he could not lose face again. "Brother Chun, your swordsmanship is exquisite. I'm excited to see it. After you rest, I want to fight with you. What do you think?" A disciple from the Proud Sword Villa said with a smile. His eyes were shining. "Okay." Chunzong looked back. He did not see any provocation in the disciple's eyes. He nodded. When he returned to the pavilion, Sure Huanyue's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Guan Yunxi took out a pill and gave it to Qinzong. It was used to recover his internal strength. It was like a small farce. After that, there were people who challenged him again. Every one of them had the combat power of a 3-star warrior. Some of them were at the peak of the 3-star realm, and some were even at the peak. The battles between them were very exciting. After a while, Chunzong's internal strength had completely recovered. As for his physical strength, he had already recovered to the peak. During the recovery period, he carefully recalled the previous 2 battles and looked for his shortcomings to improve. This kind of gathering was very rare. One had to know that not everyone could gather so many super geniuses and spar with each other. Every battle had its own uniqueness, and there were things that were worth learning from. Qinzong also noticed that Xiu Honglai glanced at him from time to time. It was like a sharp sword that was going to pierce through him. There was an inexplicable hostility in the depth of Xiu Honglai's eyes, which confused Qinzong. After all, it was the first time that he had seen Xiu Honglai. Where did the hostility come from? 2 more battles ended. Both of them had their own victories and defeats. However, such victories and defeats were not a big deal. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle. If it was a life-and-death battle, it was not impossible for a peak 3-star warrior to kill a peak 3-star warrior. Mr. Yi, you practice swordsmanship. We, the Proud Sword Villa, focus on swordsmanship. I, Wang Chengji, overestimated myself. I would like to ask for your permission. A disciple from a Proud Sword Villa stood up. Wang Chengji, ranked 3rd on the Proud Sword list, was also the most powerful disciple of the Proud Sword Villa who came to this gathering. He had the combat power of an extreme 3-star warrior. What was surprising was that he dared to challenge Yi Fifan. Yi Fifan had the combat power of a late 4-star warrior. The gap between a 3-star warrior and a 4-star warrior was obvious. Since you asked for it, I will help you. Yi Fifan was also stunned. He did not expect that someone would challenge him. However, he still showed respect and smiled. I will only use 1 sword. Please. Wang Qingji appeared more than 10 meters away from the main pavilion, like a flash of light. He pulled out his long sword and held it up in front of him. It felt different from Guyu. It felt like he could attack and defend at the same time. Wang Qingji did not have the slightest intention to attack. The combat power of an extreme 3-star warrior was not weak. However, compared with a late 4-star warrior, the gap was too big. Even if he used his strongest sword art, he could not hurt Yi Fifan at all. Therefore, he would rather wait for his opponent to use his sword. Yi Fifan was still sitting on the stone chair. He had no intention to stand up. Sir, please be careful. I'm going to use my sword. Yi Fifan reminded Wang Qingji. Wang Qingji squinted his eyes and stared at Yi Fifan's sword. Everyone was attracted to Yi Fifan's sword. They did not even blink. Even Shi Huanyue, a 4-star warrior, opened her eyes wide. After reminding Yi Fifan and giving him enough time to prepare, Yi Fifan's right hand slowly approached the sword hilt. Then he opened his 5 fingers and grasped the sword hilt. A pleasant sound of the sword came into everyone's ears. It was melodious and crisp, as if it came from the sky. It moved people's hearts. For the first time, Chunzong felt that the sound of the sword being unsheathed could be so pleasant. It was like the beautiful music played by the strings of a zither. The sound lingered in his ears. Chapter 274. The world was silent, and the darkness was boundless. It seemed that a long time had passed, so long that time seemed to have stopped, but it was only a moment. Darkness and light reappeared. The moon was still there, and the moonlight shone on the world. What happened? Many people were shocked, feeling like they were dreaming. It seems, they didn't know what to say, because they were still in a daze. Yi Fifan was still sitting on the chair. He held up the small green jade wine cup in a relaxed and elegant manner. His expression was calm, as if the sword that had been unsheathed was quietly staying in the scabbard, as if it had never moved. However, everyone was sure that Yi Fifan's attack was just beyond their imagination and beyond their vision. Shi Huanyue's beautiful eyes were full of seriousness, and there was a trace of horror in the depths. Shenzong was stunned, and his heart was in turmoil. Shi Huanyue could vaguely see the trajectory of Yi Fifen's sword because her battle strength had reached the 4-star level, and Shenzong could vaguely capture it because his 5 senses were stronger than ordinary people, and he had broken the limit of the human body, so he was much stronger than warriors of the same level. Except for the two of them, only Yi Fian could see the trajectory of Yi Fifen's sword. Wang Qingji was still standing in the same place, holding his sword to the sky for an hour, and his eyes were highly focused, as if he was still waiting for Yi Fifen to draw his sword. In front of his forehead, a strand of hair slowly fell down. A strand of hair. Those who discovered this immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. That strand of hair was cut off by Yi Fifen's sword, and in the dense black hair, an aurora-like sword that couldn't be seen clearly cut off a strand of hair with incomparable accuracy. What level of precision was this? What level of mastery of the sword was this? Especially the warriors who practiced the sword, they were even more shocked. Thank you for your advice. Wang Qingji finally reacted, and the feeling in his heart was very complicated. If he was an enemy of Yi Fifen, that sword would have killed him. The gap was too big. Wang Qingji returned to the pavilion and sat down, still in a trance. Sure, Huanyue, would you like to fight? Yi Fian suddenly said, and what she said made everyone's heart beat wildly again, and they all looked at Shi Huanyue. Shi Huanyue was ranked first on the mountaineering ranking of the overlooking mountain courtyard. He was ranked 91st on the dragon ranking of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. He had an early-stage 4-star battle prowess. Yi Fian, the state scholar Yi Fifen's cousin, ranked 92nd on the Jiao Dragon ranking of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. She also had an early 4-star battle strength. Moreover, both of them were beauties. Powerful strength, proud beauty. What was more pleasing to the eyes than watching these two genius beauties fight? Everyone's expectant gazes shifted back and forth between Yi Fian and Shi Huanyue. Shenzong was also secretly looking forward to it. Not for anything else, but because of Shi Huanyue and Yi Fian's strong fighting power. Of course, the two of them each had their own merits. No one was willing to reject beautiful things. Fine. Living up to everyone's expectations, Shi Huanyue agreed. Everyone couldn't help but cheer loudly, but that would be too much of a killjoy. Standing up, Yian carried her sword and walked elegantly, as if she was strolling in the back garden. Walking out of the pavilion, Shi Huanyue's steps were light, as if she was riding the wind and treading on the moon. The night wind blew gently, blowing the two's clothes and hair, gently gliding across their white jade-like cheeks. It was like a gentle hand, making people want to replace it. Yi Fian was just like her name. She gave people a kind of delicate feeling, like a wisp of smoke that could be blown away by the wind. She was like a beautiful and slender soft sword. Shi Huanyue, on the other hand, was full of heroic spirit. Her eyebrows were sharp, explaining a unique sharpness. She was like a straight, sharp, and exquisite sword. The sword was unsheathed, and the sword hummed softly. The body of the sword swayed gently, like ripples on the water, like a light wisp of smoke. Under the bright moon, there was a trace of purple light. This sword is called Purple Smoke, Yi Fian said. Her voice seemed to be more ethereal, and her eyes became erratic. Her breath became lighter and lighter, as if she was flying in the wind. The sword is called White Moon. Shi Huanyue decisively pulled out her sword, like a white moon flying across the sky. Green smoke twirling fingers, like a melody, but also like a low chant, Yi Fian's figure swayed. Her delicate body seemed to have lost weight, floating towards Shi Huanyue. The purple smoke sword shook lightly, and the sword light was like a wisp of smoke. Countless sword chi was hidden within and attacked Shi Huanyue. Wherever the wisp of smoke passed, the air was cut apart, and it was hard to see with the naked eye. Crescent moon. Shi Huanyue unsheathed her sword, and the white moon sword seemed to be shining with the moon in the sky. The sword slashed down, and the crescent moon was sharp, as if it could cut through everything and also cut through everyone's eyes. The terrifying sword pressure directly cut a crack in the ground, and it quickly spread back, reaching several meters. The sword technique that Yi Fian used was an incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique, called light smoke illusion sword technique, and it was passed down in her family. And the sword technique that Shi Huanyue practiced was also an incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique, called sky moon illusion sword technique. The fact that both of them could have 4-star battle power was inseparable from the incomplete peerless earth-level sword technique that they both practiced. Her body turned into light smoke. Her sword turned into light smoke. When the light smoke illusory sword technique was fully displayed, combined with her inner strength and footwork, Yi Fian's entire person disappeared. Everyone could only see wisps of light smoke curling up, constantly changing in the surroundings. Yi Fian's battle power was amazing. She could see Yi Fian's figure and completely capture it. Other than that, only Chun Zong could catch a blurry figure, flickering and erratic. As for the others, they were at a loss. Even though they tried their best to open their eyes and concentrate, they could only see wisps of smoke lingering around and could not see any trace. To be enemies with such a person, they would not even know how they died. Different from Yi Fian, Shi Huanyue seemed to be able to receive the moonlight. She and her sword bathed in the moonlight, emitting a faint white light, bright but not dazzling. When she unsheathed her sword was like a crescent moon, cutting through everything. The moonlight was like water, and the smoke was like gauze. Watching the battle between Yi Fian and Shi Huanyue, not only was it thrilling, it also had a unique beauty, pleasing to the eye. The person was beautiful, and the sword was even more beautiful. The long swords clashed, and the fire was like stars. In the end, even Shi Huanyue's figure disappeared, turning into a beam of light, like a bright moon, shuttling back and forth in the surroundings. This kind of battle, too scary. Is this the battle power of a 4-star warrior? Is this the strength of a genius on the Jiao Dragon list? In the pavilion, the top geniuses from the 3 forces seemed to have suffered a great blow. Chun Zong tried his best to see as clearly as possible, but the gap was very obvious. He could only see 2 blurry figures and only catch 2 blurry flashes of sword light. He stared until his eyes were sore, but he still could not see much clearly, let alone learn anything from it. The battle continued. Gradually, Yi Fian's figure appeared again, but it was divided into 4, and each of them seemed to be real. They surrounded Shi Huanyue, who had just appeared, and attacked together. The 4 swords seemed to have turned into 4 wisps of smoke, floating towards Shi Huanyue from all directions. Each wisp of smoke was formed by countless sword chi, and each wisp of sword chi could cut through gold and jade, and could severely injure a 3-star warrior, or even kill him. Full moon. With a low chant, the white moon sword buzzed, and moonlight sprinkled down. As Shi Huanyue waved her sword, it seemed that many full moons appeared, surrounding her body, and, at the same time blocking Yi Fian's sword. Double moons sinking sky. The 2 swords turned into 2 crescent moons, as if falling from the sky, with unparalleled sharpness and soul-stirring beauty, attacking the left and right sides respectively, covering all 4 Yi Fian. The 4 Yi Fian were all defeated, turning into smoke and spreading out. A wisp of sword light seemed to rush out of the endless sea of smoke, shooting down from the sky like a shooting star. After the sword light, it was Yi Fian's figure. When she appeared in the sky, except for Yi Fian, no one knew. Chue. Without any pretense, Shi Huanyue raised her sword, and like the bright moon that had just risen from the west, it became bright from the initial dim. But Yi Fian, who had been shot down from the sky, turned into a wisp of smoke again and dissipated. Another Yi Fian appeared behind Shi Huanyue, and her sword was like a dragon or a snake. The first moon shattered, as if it was an illusion. Shi Huanyue was pierced through by the sword, so easy that it was hard to believe. Yi Fian's expression changed slightly, and the smoke dispersed. Shi Huanyue, who had been pierced, disappeared like a wisp of shadow. Whether it was the light smoke illusory sword technique or the sky moon illusory sword technique, they were all inseparable from the word illusory. Illusory, hallucinatory, it was difficult to distinguish between real and illusory. Whether it was Yi Fian or Shi Huanyue, both had cultivated their sword techniques to the realm of subtlety and had a very deep understanding of the word illusory. At this time, it was like a dream dazzling people. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour had passed, but the two sides still had not decided a winner and did not even have the upper hand. Suddenly, Shi Huanyue's figure appeared in the air, and the white moon sword slashed down. Sky Moon Great Sword Chi. Swoosh, 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 the sound of wind breaking was sharp, and rays of white sword chi like crescent moons shot down from the sky. More than a dozen rays crisscrossed, completely covering the area below, and there was no place to dodge. Smoke dragons soaring to the sky. Yi Fian seemed to have become one with the purple smoke sword in her hand, turning into a wisp of smoke and then into a smoke dragon, and rushed up to the sky. The dragon claw shattered a ray of white sword chi, and the dragon horn shattered 2 rays of white sword chi and pierced through. Slash! Shi Huanyue held the sword with both hands, and the bright moon behind her seemed to be blooming with endless brilliance, as if it was being absorbed into the white moon sword. As the sword slashed down with both arms, the sword seemed to be able to split the area below into 2. One sword split the dragon head in half, the hot knife through butter. The 2 swords collided, and the scene seemed to be frozen. The shocking momentum was vast, and the air rings exploded. Yi Fian fell, and Shi Huanyue rushed up. Countless rays of sword chi shot out, piercing the air, tearing the ground, and tearing the surrounding pavilions. Okay, this battle will be considered a draw. Otherwise, if I let you continue to fight, these pavilions will be torn down. Yi Fian said with a smile, with a hint of ridicule. Since Yi Fian had spoken, this battle could not continue. Senior sister, your strength is indeed very strong. Little sister admits defeat. Yi Fian said with a smile. You are not weaker than me. Shi Huanyue's voice was clear. Chapter 275. Mianxiu Garden fell into a strange silence. The moon was still hanging high in the sky like water, and everything was peaceful, wonderful. After watching the battle between Miss Yi and Miss Shi, I feel that we are shallow. Compliments kept coming one after another. After watching such a battle, I don't want to make a move. I don't want to embarrass myself. There are also people who wanted to make a move. Everyone drink first. Yi Fian said with a smile. He knew that under the impact of the battle between 2 4-star warriors, everyone needed enough time to calm down. He knew this feeling very well, because he had seen a battle between 5-star warriors, and it was the same feeling. Then, everyone tried their best to forget that feeling and influence. They stopped talking about anything related to the battle and turned to other topics. But most of the time, they heard from Yi Fian. Except for Yi Fian and the other 2, everyone else was from Linshan County. Since they were born, they spent most of their time in Linshan County. Even if they left the county, they just went to Wushan County next door. Yi Fian was different. He lived in Chongshan County, the head of the 6 counties in Chongshan State. He was the son of King Chongshan, and he was a state knight. Not only had he been to all 6 counties in Chongshan State, but he had also been to King's City, where countless geniuses gathered. Compared with the geniuses in Linshan County, Yi Fian was more knowledgeable. He introduced the local customs of each county and talked about King City. Everyone listened with interest and couldn't help but yearn to go there. If you have enough power, you must go there. Maybe you don't need to go to other counties, but you must go to King's City. Yi Fian said in the end. When I was young, I went to King's City with my father. It was very prosperous, but that was 10 years ago. Guan Yunqi said in a low voice. King's City. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Shi Huanyue was very calm. Her eyes didn't change at all, as if she didn't feel anything. The impact of the battle between Yi Fian and Shi Huan Yue had been resolved. After the topic, everyone returned to the challenge. Chunzong, let's have a sword battle. Jiang Linjun, who was fourth on the proud sword list, said with a smile. Nice to meet you, Chunzong said. Jiang Linjun's combat strength had surpassed the peak of the 3-star level and had reached the peak of the 3-star level. If they were to fight in a real battle, Chunzong might not be his opponent. However, Jiang Linjun didn't want to suppress his opponent with strength. Instead, he proposed a duel of swordsmanship because Chunzong's swordsmanship was not only numerous but also exquisite. Jiang Linjun walked up to Chunzong and said with a smile, I've practiced more than a dozen Earth-level sword arts. I thought that was a lot, but I didn't expect you to have even more. The body of the sword was completely black, as if it could absorb light. The edge of the blade seemed to be suffused with a halo, making it look very sharp. Step by step, Jiang Linjun walked towards Chunzong. He didn't use his internal force because it was a sword fight. However, there was a sharp aura spreading out. It was the aura of a sword. In addition to the sharpness, there was also a dark coldness. When a swordsman's understanding of the sword and swordsmanship reached a profound level, he would naturally exude a sharp aura like a sword. He pulled out his swords with both hands. With the red thunder sword and the ancient sword in his hands, the aura was different. It also made Chunzong's sharp aura carry 2 different fluctuations. It was as swift as thunder and as heavy as a mountain. Jiang Linjun suddenly stopped 5 meters away from Chunzong. He held the black sword horizontally and pointed the tip of the sword directly at Chunzong. Chunzong felt like he was locked on and was about to be pierced through. He pulled out his sword. He only used the strength of his body to push. The black sword flashed and streaked through the air, leaving a black track. It stabbed towards Chunzong at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Linjun had also practiced the secret body refining method. Although he didn't break through the human body's limits, his arm strength had increased to the level of 3,000 pounds. Many years of swordsmanship and his extraordinary talent allowed him to fully control his strength. When a strength of 3,000 pounds was displayed, it was delicate and unique. There was almost no waste. His sword was naturally as fast as lightning. It was just an ordinary stab. Any cultivator who had trained for a period of time would be able to do it. However, when Jiang Linjun executed it, it was like a dark bolt of lightning that wanted to bring Chunzong's world into darkness. Without dodging or avoiding, the ancient sword chopped down. It was an ordinary chop, but it produced an aura that could split mountains. When practicing swordsmanship, one had to practice it to the bone marrow and to practice it to the spirit. In this kind of battle, without the use of internal force, no matter how fast it was, everyone could see it clearly and capture the trajectory. Because of this, it was even more surprising. Whether it was Chunzong or Jiang Linjun, their swordsmanship was superb. Although it was only an ordinary move, it contained a unique flavor. It was their own understanding, intuitive and in-depth. Especially for warriors who practice swordsmanship, it was even more profound. The black sword in Jiang Linjun's hand was sharp and cold. Every move seemed to be very direct, but there were many hidden changes. In Chunzong's hands, the red thunder sword and the ancient sword were changeable and varied. Seeing the subtleties, people could not help but exclaim, Chunzong's swordsmanship is better. Yi Fian said softly, he is only 1 step away from that step. That step. Yi Fian's face was full of surprise. This boy's talent is extraordinary. Even in the capital city, he is not ordinary. Yi Fian said again, but it is very difficult to reach that step. Even for me, it took half a year to reach that step. This was Yi Fian's thought, but he did not say out loud. Qiu Honglai was first stunned, then shocked, and finally hostile. He secretly clenched his fists and made up his mind. Although Qiu Honglai had never been to the capital city, living in the great mountain commandery, he naturally knew more about the capital city. He knew that geniuses gathered in the capital city. For example, most of the geniuses on the list of Jiao Dragon were from the capital city, far more than those from the Great Mountain Prefecture. There were many masters and geniuses in the capital city. 3-star warriors were everywhere. 4-star warriors were not rare. 5-star warriors were a dime a dozen, and even 6-star warriors existed. It was simply a place where monsters gathered. In that place, even Qiu Honglai was nothing. However, Yi Fifan gave Chunzong a good evaluation, which meant that Chunzong was even better than Qiu Honglai. The battle between Chunzong and Jiang Linjun was getting more and more intense. They were no longer limited to the basic swordsmanship, but displayed all the swordsmanship they had cultivated. Although there was no internal force, so the real power of the swordsmanship could not be exerted, the mystery of the swordsmanship was also displayed. In a duel of swordsmanship, the mystery of the swordsmanship mattered. Cloud and mist swordsmanship. The sword radiance was like clouds and mist, changing constantly. Twining silk sword. In the clouds and mist, there were also thread-like sword radiances swimming around. Jiang Linjun was getting more and more stressed. He felt that his hands and feet were tied, and he could not display his swordsmanship properly unless he used his internal force. However, this was a duel of swordsmanship. Using internal force would violate the agreement. Moreover, the purpose of dueling was to find out the shortcomings of one's own swordsmanship and absorb the advantages of the opponent's swordsmanship, so as to break through the shackles. Chunzong's sword was getting faster and faster. Gradually, the sword disappeared, and only 2 flashes of light could be seen. Jiang Linjun was completely suppressed. All of a sudden, his momentum skyrocketed, and the strong wind whistled. The strong force forced Chunzong to step back. Stop! Jiang Linjun had to shout. He originally wanted to use Chunzong's swordsmanship to break through his own defense, but the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. He could not bear it anymore, so he had to use his internal force to force Chunzong to step back. Your swordsmanship is very good, even better than mine. I admit defeat. Jiang Linjun admitted that his swordsmanship was not as good as Chunzong's. Thank you. Chunzong made a fist salute and put his sword back into the sheath. When your combat power reaches the limit of 3-star, I'll fight with you with all my strength. Jiang Linjun smiled. Okay. Chunzong answered. It was a friendly fight. Yi Fifan clapped his hands, but it made Qiu Honglai hate him even more. The fight between the two of you is very exciting, but I still don't feel satisfied. I wonder if anyone wants to fight with me. A strong young man smiled. He held a pair of short sticks in his hands, jumped up, and landed heavily on the ground. I'll do it. In another pavilion, a disciple of the Silver Saber Castle also jumped up and unsheathed his long saber. He held the saber with both of his hands in the air and chopped down fiercely. Without saying anything, the two of them started a fierce fight. With the short sticks in his hands, each of his strikes was very powerful. He either smashed or pointed, and his momentum was overwhelming. The disciple of the Silver Saber Castle held a long saber in his hands. The saber light danced, reflecting the moonlight. It was quite dazzling. The two of them fought fiercely for a while. In the end, the disciple of the Silver Saber Castle had the upper hand and won. The moon was high in the sky. A few hours had passed since the beginning of the gathering. There were only 2 or 3 people left who had not fought yet. Chunzong, you're only at the late stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, but you're able to fight with a peak 3-star warrior. You're indeed not bad. You're almost as good as me. Qiu Honglai suddenly opened his mouth. He seemed to be smiling, but there was a trace of coldness in his voice. Your sword art is also very good. Do you dare to fight with me? Hearing Qiu Honglia's words, some people thought he was too arrogant. Qiu Honglai was at the early stage of the 9th turn of the Qi refining realm, and his fighting strength was at the peak of 3-star warrior. Chunzong was at the late stage of the 8th turn of the Qi refining realm, and his fighting strength was also at the peak of 3-star warrior. Qiu Honglai said that Chunzong was almost as good as him. Therefore, people had a bad impression of Qiu Honglai, a genius from the Great Mountain County. Please. Chunzong did not decline or refuse. He agreed directly. Qiu Honglai was hostile to Qin Zong from the beginning, which made Qin Zong feel confused. Now, it was obvious that Qiu Honglai was targeting him. Draw your sword. Qiu Honglai was 10 meters away from Qin Zong, and he sneered. Qin Zong did not talk nonsense. He directly drew out the red thunder sword and the ancient sword. No matter how arrogant Qiu Honglai was, Qin Zong knew that Qiu Honglai was very powerful and had excellent sword art. Most of the peak 3-star warriors were not his opponents. In short, Qiu Honglai was a strong enemy who must be taken seriously. Strength had nothing to do with character. If you look down on your opponent because you did not like his character, you would be digging your own grave. Qin Zong would not make such a mistake now, and he would not make such a mistake in the future. Chapter 276. The atmosphere was tense even before they started to fight. The night wind blew, and when it reached the two of them, it dispersed. Their hair fluttered gently, and their sharp eyes seemed to be able to shoot out invisible sword chi. When the sword chi collided in the air, there seemed to be endless crackling sounds, and there seemed to be sparks flying. One of them was a genius from Linshan Commandery, and it was not an exaggeration to call him the #1 genius, while the other was a genius from Chongshan Commandery, the #1 county in Chongshan State. Perhaps they were not the strongest among all the geniuses present, but they had great potential. It was not a fantasy that they could reach the 4-star level in the future. Without any intention of testing, Qiu Honglai drew out his sword. Like an anaconda lurking in the water, he stared at its prey and suddenly broke out of the water. The instantaneous speed was astonishingly fast and carried terrible power. Under the sword, the air rippled like water and spread out layer by layer like ripples. Chun Fan's eyes were filled with the sword, and only a flash of sword light could be seen. Qin Zong's sword was like a thunderbolt across the sky, and the other was like a meteorite falling from the sky. After watching Qiu Honglie's fight, Qin Zong knew that Qiu Honglie's sword technique was extremely explosive and powerful. Now, he had a deeper feeling after seeing it. When the two swords collided, there was a strong impact at first, and then a second wave of power burst out. It was more powerful than the first wave, as if it was going to knock Qin Zong's sword away. It turned out that Qiu Honglie's sword was not only explosive, but also contained a second wave of power. It might have something to do with the cultivation method he practiced, but it might also have something to do with his sword technique. Qin Fan loosened and tightened his hand, and his arms stretched out like a spring to remove the impact of the power. He clasped the red thunder sword again and shot out like a flash of lightning. Qiu Honglai drew out his sword again. The sword light was like a thunderbolt or a flood dragon breaking out of the water. With an astonishing roar, it rushed to Qin Zong, as if everything under the sword would be torn apart. With the dragon's roar, a flying dragon flew out as if it was riding the 9th heaven. It was Qin Zong's sword, the grand flying dragon sword. They didn't test each other's strength. Every sword strike contained terrifying power. Both Qin Zong and Qiu Honglai had shown their true strength. Qin Zong's advantage was that he had mastered a variety of swordsmanship. The changes in his style were often difficult for people to adapt to. The previous sword move was gentle, the next one was violent, and the next one was tricky. To deal with different swordsmanship, the normal way to deal with it was to adapt to the changes and use restraint. But Qiu Honglai didn't. Instead, he used his own swordsmanship, which was fast, fierce, and explosive. No matter how Qin Zong's swordsmanship changed, it was always the same style, which was to break and destroy everything with brute force. This made Qin Zong see other ways to deal with it. Practicing swordsmanship or martial arts, there was a distinction between mastery and mastery. Some people are knowledgeable, but not proficient. Some people are proficient, but not knowledgeable. And some people are both. Qiu Honglai was proficient in mastery, and Qin Zong was both. His extraordinary comprehension allowed him to master every martial art better, especially swordsmanship, which could be practiced to the consummate realm in a short time. It was easier for him to seize the opportunity to improve to the imperceptible realm. Mastery and mastery. There was no conclusion as to which was better, because each had its own merits. Qiu Honglai took a step forward, like a big ship riding the wind and breaking the waves. With an indescribable momentum, he seemed to be able to break all obstacles. His sword was the sharp protrusion at the front of the big ship, like an awl that could pierce through everything. Before the sword arrived, Chun Zong felt a terrible pressure invading his whole body, as if his bones were going to be broken. The air behind him was compressed, as if it had formed a vacuum. Under the pressure of the sword, it was like a transparent awl penetrating the air behind Chun Zong. It whistled and flew away, stirring up dust all over the sky. A gully was directly torn on the ground. It was as if there was a 100-meter wave under the sword that was going to be penetrated and crushed. This was the same sword that Qiu Honglai had used to defeat Gu Yu and secure his victory. Now that he had used it, its power seemed to be even more powerful. In fact, Qiu Honglai did not use his full strength during the battle with Gu Yu. But now he used his full strength, except for the secret technique, because he wanted to defeat Chun Zong. He wanted to teach Chun Zong a lesson and prove that he was better than Chun Zong. Qiu Honglai had never met Chun Zong. Logically speaking, he should not be hostile to Chun Zong, but he was. After he came to Linshan County, he heard a lot of news about Chun Zong. Some people even faintly called him the #1 genius of Linshan County. Well, Linshan County had nothing to do with Chongshan County, but some people even said that Chun Zong was the #1 genius of Chongshan State. This made Qiu Honglai unhappy and inexplicably hostile. When Yi Fifan gave Chun Zong a very high evaluation, Qiu Honglai's anger reached its peak, and his hostility became stronger. He wanted to defeat Chun Zong and crush Chun Zong in a crushing manner. Therefore, he used his full strength. Facing Qiu Honglai's sword, Chun Zong suddenly felt the pressure multiplied. His surroundings were sealed, and the omnipresent pressure pressed on him from all directions, greatly restricting Chun Zong's body and making it difficult for him to move. Space-splitting cross-slash. The two swords broke through the air as if breaking the shackles and went against the pressure. The cross-sword light was shattered, but Qiu Honglai's sword was still coming. In terms of strength, Qiu Honglai was slightly stronger than Chun Zong. He was unstoppable and merciless. Chun Zong did not hesitate and attacked again. If one attack was not enough, then two. If two attacks were not enough, then three. Chun Zong's extremely fast speed made his arms disappear, and so did the two swords in his hands. The terrible torrent of sword light disintegrated Qiu Honglai's sword. Giant shark breaking the wave. Qiu Honglai's face darkened when his sword was blocked. He released all his internal force and performed a more powerful sword attack. With a series of whistling sounds, the air behind him seemed to have turned into a vast sea with waves surging. Qiu Honglai's face was full of ferocity, and his eyes were shining. He held the sword with both hands and chopped down fiercely. Suddenly, the sea behind him rippled as if a storm had swept past. It was as if a tsunami was approaching. A black shadow broke out of the sea. It was 7 or 8 meters long, with a ferocious appearance. Its sharp teeth seemed to be able to bite everything, and the fins on its back seemed to be able to cut everything. It was a shark, a huge shark, and it was aggressive like an overlord. Chun Zong's face changed, and he operated the origin-destroying force to the extreme. Thunderous sword aura. Mountain-breaking sword aura. Thunder splitting the sky. Flying dragon sword. Sky-splitting cross-slash. There was not enough time, and Chun Zong could only perform 5 sword attacks towards the giant shark breaking the wave. The sword aura shattered, the sword light dispersed, and the giant shark seemed to be broken. Qiu Honglai's sword carried a horrifying power, and it directly hit Chun Zong's 2 swords. After blocking, Chun Zong could not help but step back, and his hands were numb. At that moment, Qiu Honglai's sword exploded with 3 layers of power, one more than before. The extra attack was not only out of Chun Zong's expectation, but it was also very powerful. If it were not for his strong body, his hands would have been broken and he would have suffered internal injuries. Xiao Honglai, who performed this move, also consumed a lot of energy, and he could not perform the second move immediately. Seeing that Chun Zong was not defeated by this move, he was very surprised. He did not know that Chun Zong had broken the limits of the human body and cultivated the mixed Yuan body. His body was extremely powerful, and his defense was stronger than most people's. Unless his sword attack was more powerful, it would be difficult to cause any substantial damage to Chun Zong. Infinite sword cutting. Chun Zong said to himself, and then he drew his sword. It was so fast that it seemed to break the limit, and Xiao Honglai could not react in time. However, Xiao Honglai was an experienced fighter, and he subconsciously raised his sword to block Chun Zong's first attack, but the second attack came again. The infinite sword cutting was based on the infinite saber cutting, and it used the strength of the body and the internal force skillfully. In the beginning, it pursued the extreme speed and completely ignored the power. The second attack, on the basis of retaining the extreme speed, slightly increased the power, and so did the third attack. It could be said that every attack after that aimed to retain the original speed and increase the power. This kind of horrifying martial art, the more powerful it was, the more powerful it was. Skill? No need. Different from Jiang Baichen, Chun Zong used two swords to perform the infinite sword cutting, and his sword speed was twice as fast. The two swords kept alternating, and there was no end to them. It was more terrible than a storm. Xiao Honglai only felt that he could not breathe, and he was almost drowned by the sword light. He could only passively resist, but as the power of each attack became more and more powerful, his arms gradually became numb, and he could not bear it anymore. On the side of the Silver Saber Castle, their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were full of anger and killing intent, because they all recognized that the sword Chun Zong used was very familiar. It was Jiang Baichen's infinite saber cutting, but it was modified into the infinite sword cutting. If Yi Fifan was not here, they would definitely pull out their sabers and cut Chun Zong into pieces. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Xiao Honglai staggered as if he was drunk. His hands were numb, and his palms were cracked, and he could hardly hold the sword. Chun Zong retreated to the front of the pavilion, and then he stopped. It was clear who won and who lost. Everyone was very surprised. At first, they thought that Chun Zong might be defeated by Xiao Honglai, but the result was the opposite. Good sword art. Yi Fifan clapped his hands and smiled. Xiao Honglia's face was livid, and he was ashamed and angry. The feeling in his heart was indescribable. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. Scholar Yi, may I ask for your advice? Chun Zong was still holding the sword. He looked away from Xiao Honglia's face and fell on Yi Fifan's face. What he said surprised everyone. Chun Zong dared to challenge Yi Fifan. You overestimate yourself. Xiao Honglai seemed to have found a chance to fight back, and he immediately sneered. Indeed, in terms of strength, the current Chun Zong was far inferior to Yi Fifan. However, when Chun Zong saw Yi Fifan unleash his sword earlier, that sword strike was like a brand that could not be erased. It was as if there was a kind of magic that attracted Chun Zong. Everyone looked at Yi Fifan. Okay. Yi Fifan nodded and smiled. But I will only use my sword once. You have to be careful. Hearing Yi Fifan's words, Chun Zong's spirit, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. The remaining chaotic heaven energy kept circulating. He squinted his eyes, and his pupils contracted to the size of needles. He stared at Yi Fifan's right hand, which was the hand that would draw the sword. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.